All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome in here to our live stream. I want to make sure everybody can hear us okay. Go ahead and in the chat, if you can, just let me know that you guys can hear and see me without any issues here. I'll be monitoring the chat here throughout our event. So, again, let me know if you're out there watching and can actively see and hear us out here, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We have got our live coverage here that is starting here online for our severe weather moving through the area. Also, let us know where you guys are tuning in from. Go ahead and give us a shout on where you guys are located here. Get an idea of where everyone is as we get ready to track this severe weather that is moving across the area here today. Encourage you all to hang out here with us. Definitely stay weather aware, as we've already got severe storms starting to move through the area, and we're going to be tracking all of those here as we go throughout the course of this evening. Okay. All right. Looks like we got a lot of people here tuning in. Savoy, Danville. Okay. Villa Grove, Neoga, Springfield, Savoy. Looks like, Big Ten game is over here. Purdue won. All right, guys. So again, I'm WCA3 Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy, and what we've got here are some severe thunderstorm warnings that are already in effect, okay? Already impacting parts of our western counties here of our viewing area. And you can see here portions of Morgan County there. Jacksonville just had a pretty good storm roll through, but also this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for western portions of Sangamon County there. You've got that severe thunderstorm warning, New Berlin, coming towards the Auburn, Chatham area, and eventually Springfield, okay? So the biggest threat with these storms are going to be those intense, really intense winds, okay? And we're definitely getting those here with the storms as we kind of widen the view out here. As you can see, by far, some of the strongest stuff is, severe down here on this southern edge, right? Not seeing a whole lot just yet, but there's a little bit of intensification maybe on some of these cells. But right now, the large severe weather threat is on the southern end of this line. So let's kind of show you the movement that this thing has had over the last hour or so. And here's the loop. So it is drifting a little bit to the northeast. So this little line segment here is going to be one we're going to have to be watching into Macoupah and Montgomery counties, Sangamon County, eventually Christian County probably. And that's where that severe weather threat is going to be, all along that line as it begins to move in. So it looks like we've got some people in Jacksonville. Hannah is in Jacksonville. Be curious to know kind of how that storm was as it just came through. The severe thunderstorm warning continues. If you are in New Berlin, Auburn, definitely be paying attention to this line of storms as it moves in. And we got a lot of people that are watching here online, and we appreciate you guys. The concern is going to be potentially for, a tornado, what we call an embedded tornado in this QLCS line. This is kind of known as a straight line wind damage threat more than anything, but these winds are going to be rather strong. So, yes, there could be some hail in some of these storms, and definitely the wind. The wind component is by far the great. Listen, if you guys have been out at all today, you know how windy it is, even without the thunderstorms. Okay, So when you've got non-thunderstorm wind gusts that are already producing damage, you can just imagine what happens if you get a pretty good little storm to come through. Okay, so this storm did once have a tornado warning on it, the one that is south of Morgan County there. Now just severe thunderstorm warned. Okay, as we take a look at things, let's throw on some of the lightning, and you can see a good amount of lightning there with the storms. So all of this is set to push across the area. So let me just take a look here, and we're going to do a little bit of a path on this so you guys can get an idea of just where this thing is going. So I'm looking up to see our movement here, and these things will move at a pretty good clip. 55 miles per hour. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to come over here, and we're going to draw the little squall line, kind of the leading edge of it. Okay. And then we're going to take this thing out. But I think I'm too zoomed in. Let's see, 55. Yeah, it's about 55 miles an hour. We're going to take it just about like that. If this would stay on its same path at the speed that it's moving, you can see some of the locations that will be impacted well down the line. New Berlin at around 452. You've got Springfield at 513. Illiopolis at around 544. If this continues off here to the east. Okay, guys? So we're going to be here with you during the coverage. We'll be here on digital. Okay. If we have to transition to the coverage for television, that'll be when there is a tornado warning that gets issued. And if that happens, then I'll head downstairs to the studio, and you'll see our traditional kind of TV coverage for tornado warnings. I hope that doesn't have to happen, crossing my fingers, but it could. And if we do, we'll cut in, and then I'll switch this feed over to what you're watching here to downstairs, and so you'll be able to see things kind of happen flawlessly, simultaneously, without much of a kind of hiccup in between, so to speak. Okay. Again, guys, got a lot of you here. Hello to Heather. You are welcome. Casey in the house. Weldon, Georgetown, Charleston, Mattoon, Hoopston, Danville, Humboldt, Catlin, Sydney. Yeah, some of you. Has anybody out there had any damage today from the storms that have come through your area? Or actually, not from the storms, but just the wind. Some of the wind damage there, possibly. And there's Jacob on your screen. Jacob's out in the storm tracker. We've got him out there. And Jacob, I am on production 8, by the way, if you are able to hear and whatnot. And we're going to try to maybe pull in his shot and get him to talk here in a bit. I'm going to wait for him to let me know that he's good. And then I'm going to attempt to bring in his video and audio, because this is new. We've not done this kind of setup like this before. So we're going to try to get him on. Let's look at my text message. Okay. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try this once here, and then I may have to make a couple of adjustments to things, but I'm going to come over here, and we're going to take his shot. Give me 1 second. Right. That is going to be 3. All right. So that should be Jacob. All right. Let's see if we can hear Jacob. Jacob, take it away. No? Trying to see if we've got audio from Jacob.
Kevin, if you can hear me, I am, I don't know if you can hear me, Kevin, but your microphone is cutting in and out on Clearcom, so I'm not able to hear you very well. I'm actually listening to you through Seth's weather mic down in studio, so I think maybe that box, maybe the signal range is just a little far there, but we're heading north here. Sounds like I'm talking now, so we're heading north here from the Windsor area. I'm headed towards Findlay and make my way just north of Shelbyville. It gives me some north-south road access here. It's been cloudy, it's a little sticky out there, and we had some sunshine earlier, so we'll be keeping an eye on things here. That's kind of my general thoughts. So that's what we got going on here, Kevin. Still can't hear you very well. It kind of cuts in and out a little bit, but we're just crossing the Moultrie County line now, and we'll sneak our way to the west. So that is what we're dealing with in the storm tracker near the Bruce area, I suppose, is the closest little town I'm by. I'm Jacob Dicki, back to you.
Okay, so I believe we finally got that audio figured out. So hopefully you guys are able to hear Jacob okay. Again, we're going to be monitoring his feed as he is out there. And we are going to keep checking in with him
the weather mic
throughout the course of the afternoon.
There's an antenna to the weather garden.
Okay.
Whereas Prod 8
severe thunderstorm warning here, and I got to tell you, this kind of northern bit there of that storm. Let me pull this back up. So, while still in the warned area there, I'd be watching up there towards Pleasant Plains. As that storm goes to the north and east. Okay, perfect. Sounds like you guys were able to hear him okay. All right. So again, here's the wide view of things. As you can see, nothing in Champaign, Decatur, Danville, Mattoon, Charleston, Gibson City, Watsika, nothing there yet. The whole show is this line here, this intense, powerful line that is going to continue to move off here to the northeast. And definitely has that wind component with it. Boy, it's, you know, it's wild just how windy it is even without the thunderstorms, right, folks? I mean, we've had like almost 60 mile an hour gusts, I think, even with, you know, without any storms here. So here's the line, again, kind of lifting north and east. So Springfield, you should be coming up here pretty soon. I'm going to see if I can't, let's see here. We're going to pull up the Springfield camera here. Attempt to. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Got the Springfield camera there. So we're going to be watching that line of storms begin to move in. So let's see here. All right. So there's Springfield. And we are watching that line come in there from the west. Seth is going to try to pop in here with us as well. We're going to attempt to make that happen. So let's see here. It is quite the task to try to do all of this. it's a lot of moving parts here, but we're gonna make this happen. Let's see here. So we've got, yeah. Well, yeah, and well, I moved the mic so maybe he can hear me a little bit better. But let's see here. We have Seth in here now. Okay. And you're on mic 3.
Yes.
So we put Seth there. And Seth, go ahead and take it away there for a sec. I want to see if they can hear you as we kind of watch these storms come in.
Sounds good. Yeah, just coming up here while everything's still just severe warned at the moment, but pretty impressive line that's formed. I think probably about 90 minutes ago, there wasn't a whole lot on radar, just a very thin line. Now it's kind of built up here a little bit, and some standard gusts within here, probably 50 to 60 mile an hour gusts, so not quite up to the top end stuff that we could see later on tonight. But still packing enough of a punch. 60 mile an hour winds. There's a reason why they warn storms of that kind of velocity. But the big thing watching here for the next couple of hours is just when you start to see a little weird kind of gap or part of a line kind of jump out in front of the rest of it, just to see if there's any pockets of rotation. So that's kind of the not main concern necessarily, but that's why they got that tornado watch out there, to watch that up and down the line. But kind of just the beginning stages of stuff still. We'll have to continue to track this as it moves east, because even though it's 50 or 60 mile an hour gusts right now, there's still enough out there to maybe bring things up to 70 plus mile an hours at some point in the night. So still just in the beginning stages of this, but hopefully we can kind of keep things nice and quiet, avoid those embedded rotations. But there's a reason why there's a watch out there, so we'll keep track of that.
Yeah, this is so different from last week's, setup. It was super cellular, little one cell there. If we do get tornadoes today, they should be on the lower end of the scale. So zeros and ones, not typically like the EF3 that we had up in Kankakee, as that was more of a supercell. These are a lot of times kind of embedded along the line, kind of spin up pretty quick. Okay, and that's what we're looking at now. You can't discount those. You have 0, you have 1 tornadoes. They obviously can do quite a bit of damage too, but largely this is a wind damage issue, like all up and down this line here. So far, the most severe basically they're from Ashland. Notice as we get up here, it's not as deep and dark of red kind of colors as we work our way a little bit more to the north and towards Peoria, but the stuff down here just a little bit more intense. Now this thing's going to come right into Springfield too, so we're gonna be able to kind of show you the views coming out of Springfield here in just a bit. But let's see here if I can pull back up. Yeah, so there we go. So there's Springfield. Kind of surprised we're not seeing much of a shelf there yet. Maybe it's a little far out.
Yeah, because it's not more than just a few miles outside right now. So maybe in the next couple minutes something will kind of shape up, but I'm not seeing much either.
Pan it over just a little bit more to the west. Keep it right there.
But this Springfield camera, when something pretty good does come into view, I think it is our newest camera, is it not? So it's crisp quality. It's beautiful.
It's gonna. Now I'll say this, our camera that used to be there in Springfield, that was on top of the Wyndham building, used to violently shake even in a 20 mile an hour wind. This one's secured pretty good, but you can still see a little bit of shaking that's happening. That just tells you how windy it is.
Old one may have been tossed into the sky at this point.
The old one may not have made it through the winds that we've got out there. So, it's something to watch.
doesn't appear to have much rotating movement.
So the models here have been pretty consistent, right, Seth, with everything all along. You're maybe a tad late.
Yeah, I was going to say about the only thing they haven't done consistently is just the timing. But even still, we said around I-55 between 2 and 4, and we're on the late end of that. But it's been around here for about an hour or so. So just the pace of it, a little behind, but looks like it'll still shape up pretty strong. I mean, the last 24 hours worth of the high-res models have looked almost the exact same. So not really worried about any kind of changes in the actual outcome of this, just different timing here for where and when everything's going to happen.
Okay. So again, we've got Jacob in the storm tracker. He's there on the middle box there. Seth and myself here up in our digital studio up here. There's Jacob. He's rolling along. If Jacob ever wants to talk, he'll say
Tell
it
me,
in
I
your
think, yep.
ear, and then I will switch
pass the message along.
his audio back on. I had it on there for a while, but I think I shut it off, so won't have to hear the rumblings of the road, so to speak.
Says he's just not coming through Finley.
He's coming through Finley. Oh yeah, so yeah, that's the other thing I can do. Let's see here.
I don't know if his location's on. I checked about 10 minutes ago.
Oh.
So, Jacob, if you can hear me, if you want to turn on that spotter dot, we might try to track you as you head out west.
Let's track Jacob. Okay, if you're out there towards New Berlin, that storm is coming right at you. You're probably getting the wind here, just starting to pick up. Curran. Right there along 72. This thing riding along 72. Looks like maybe some hail down towards the old Palmyra area. Jacob can stop for some good barbecue in Finley, says Matt. Some good barbecue would not be bad. So further south, oh, look at the St. Louis Metro.
Yeah, I just noticed that too. Yeah,
that's
got a warning right over them.
Is that a tornado warning?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, tornado warning down there. Look at that.
Do you have a way of having the St. Louis camera?
Stand by.
That's probably a terrific view coming in.
Let me see here. Again, this is the St. Louis area. I mean, that is dead center.
Yeah,
St. Louis.
Squaring it up pretty good.
I mean, all right, let's see what cameras. Give me a second here, folks. We do have a few cameras.
I think we're getting a new warning up our way, severe.
Okay.
Not popped up on my screen yet, but it does have a tornado possible tag, is what Jacob says.
Tornado possible tag.
Sangamon and Menard.
Oh, there's St. Louis. All right. Hold on here.
There you go.
Well, there's St. Louis. It's about to come right at you, right there at the arch. So they've got a tornado warning over there. Okay. So we'll watch that. We'll come back to that here just a little bit. A new warning in effect. We'll bring you back here to our neck of the woods. But St. Louis Metro, if you got friends or family over there, they should be taking shelter. All right. So here's the new warning, kind of that northern surge that's happening. So from Petersburg, stretching off there to the east, all the way to Williamsville, Sherman, does clip extreme northern Sangamon County, and even a little sliver there of Logan County as well. So explain a little bit again there, Seth, about the tornado possible tag that they have.
Yeah, this is kind of just in between your standard severe thunderstorm warning, but not enough to issue that tornado warning. Just means that there's still that severe thunderstorm criteria. This one specifically for the 60-mile-an-hour gusts and I think nickel-sized hail. But they see the early signs of maybe something trying to tighten together, maybe some rotation trying to form there. So that's why they've got that tornado possible tag on it. That's where you get kind of that more reddish, kind of orangish outline around those warning boxes. So again, still plenty of time to watch how that one kind of materializes, but that's usually what they do when they kind of see that it might be heading that direction. And just to specifically quote them here as they put out the warning, National Weather Service said they are watching the Pleasant Plains area. Storms are becoming more favorably oriented to our shear vector, just kind of a fancy way of saying that's where it's able to kind of get itself in position to maybe rotate a little more. So that's why they drew up that warning with that tornado possible tag on it. So that's directly from the office there, and that one heading in the direction of the radar. So we're going to get a pretty good close to the ground reading on that for a while. Hopefully it doesn't get too close to that radar, or else we kind of lose track of it because of how close it actually is, that little dome around the radar itself, little cone of silence that you can't see much out of. But that's what's up with that one. Again, just kind of the early signs that maybe something's trying to tighten together, trying to rotate a little bit, but nothing out there just this instant as far as confirming through radar any sort of rotation good enough to assign that tornado warning to it. So that's exactly what's happening there. And that could happen in a lot of these segments all throughout the rest of the evening here. You're going to have these pockets here where things look pretty linear for a minute, and then all of a sudden you start to get these little crooks and bends, and then that's where some of your winds can kind of change away from just one direction to kind of in one central spot begin to rotate a little bit there. So that's what's up with that warning. Looks like one warning has expired, the one right over Sangamon County. It did just now reach 5 p.m., so that may just be the in-between for warnings. They haven't said anything. They said the southern warning has been allowed to expire, so it doesn't sound like they're going to extend that one. So just one warning in the area for the moment, and it's that newer one with the tornado possible tag.
Okay. Some people asking about the high wind warning that has been in effect. They extended that? Did they?
I do believe. Let me find out what the time on that is. Let's check here. High wind warning. Got about 10 different warnings I can pick here on their website. High wind warning. There we go. Remains in effect until 9 p.m. this evening. Gusts 50 to 60 miles an hour, and that's non-thunderstorm gusts. Takes a lot to get that issued.
Yeah. Interesting that this southern part of that, of the cell there's no warning on that one. And that, I mean, it looks intense, but...
yeah. But no, I completely agree. Especially, that one that kind of just segments between southern Sangamon and northern Macoupin. I mean, there's pretty good velocity signature on that one. A little high up, but those are kind of the shapes you look at when you know the winds are starting to surge out a little bit on those.
All right, let's see if we've got Jacob. Let's see, yep, there he is. So there's Jacob. Just went through the Findlay area.
Heading to Assumption, he says.
Heading to Assumption. Okay, so there's Jacob. We're going to be able to follow along with him. So he's down there in Shelby County right now. Again, we're monitoring a few different things. Wow, look at St. Louis there. And I will pull back up the arch camera. So that thing coming right at him. Tornado warning, St. Louis. That camera's shaking pretty good too. So we're watching that. Oh, there we go. There's massive.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that massive severe thunderstorm warning box.
Multi-county box.
The whole thing. That is a box right there, folks. And I have a feeling that we may get some of those even up here, potentially, if this line starts kind of doing its thing even more. Let's see. How's the velocity been looking on these? So,
a little noisy, yeah.
Noisy. Nothing too significant. Again, it seems like that would be stronger.
The one jumping off the page more.
Yeah. I mean, so we look for the brighter brighter little colors there, the greens and more of a light blue. And that doesn't have a warning, but this one does. So an interesting distinction there to make. Still a very strong storm, but there it is again, the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag associated with it. Somebody's asking, what speed are they moving at? What was the latest on that?
Let me check. I think that north one was 50, but let me double check. This one is moving northeast at 50.
Okay.
I think most of them have been between 45 and 55, so a little bit of pace to them. Somewhat unrelated, but not really. There are snow squall warnings in central and northern Missouri, so not even that far away from these tornado warning storms. There's snow squall warnings. Wild.
Okay. Huge box just popped in with the new warning. That includes now Taylorville, Mechanicsburg. So this new severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like this is also a tornado possible tag associated with it.
It's kind of part of that storm we were just talking about. I think it just got over to Lincoln's jurisdiction there. That may have been the reason for the delay.
Yep, I think so. Back to the St. Louis cam. There's the St. Louis cam. Looks like the storm's coming in down there. Okay, I'm going to switch this back over to our Springfield camera.
Got another warning now.
Another warning?
Think so, unless they're just... It says Christian Sangamon, which maybe my text just slow. Maybe that's a text.
Yeah. All right, let's kick back over to the Springfield camera. Just notice the clouds, folks, how fast they're moving. I mean, usually you're not able to see them move at that speed. Oh, that was a little flash of lightning there. So that's what we're watching here, folks. Jacob in the storm tracker in the middle there, heading towards Assumption.
Said he's going to head north of Assumption now is what I just heard him say.
Okay. Then we've got myself and Seth here in the studio, and we are watching the cameras there in Springfield. So we're going to continue to monitor all of this for you guys. But a huge warning.
The metro east of St. Louis tornado warning extended that way. So just piggybacking on that one we were watching earlier, they've extended it to the
there it is.
Illinois side of St. Louis now.
So I-70 right now down there, and get up there on 55, I-70. That is currently tornado warned. Again, this is coming out of the St. Louis area. So literally coming right into downtown St. Louis as we speak is that storm that we're looking at. We just got a report from the New Berlin area, half-mile visibility because of how heavy the rain is. No surprise there. And you can underneath more of these intense storms there east of Waverly, maybe have a little bit of hail in there. So there's your severe thunderstorm warning box. Buffalo, Springfield, all of those areas being impacted by this with very strong winds. Okay, I'm just one more time. Go ahead.
Jacob said he is free to chat here in case we want to throw things to him.
All right, we'll do that here in a second. I'm going to pull up the St. Louis camera one more time because I bet it is rocking pretty good now. So we'll do that, and then I will click this, and no way.
No, that's not good.
Is that right? Like that's no way.
Is that actual feed or is it just out?
Well, that's what I'm kind of wondering here. Here, I'm going to try. It's going to try another one just to make sure that it's not something else. Okay, so that's another camera, but they're kind of south. So the one that I was just showing you that did have the arch shot is now this. So either I mean, surely that can't be the rain.
No, I wouldn't think either, even as high up as that camera is.
Must have. Let's see here. I think I can run it back maybe just in the past couple minutes. Okay, that's what it's supposed to look like. So either it got zapped by lightning or it's down or the power went out, something like that. Anyways, we'll bring it back here to home. But the St. Louis area, obviously under a tornado warning. That's an old image there. So starting to see a little bit of that shelf now in Springfield, off in the distance. There's Jacob in Assumption, the old Assumption water tower there.
Don't know if there's anybody out there in Verdon or Auburn, but you're probably about to get the brunt of some pretty strong winds out that way. Looks like that little segment is about to surge right through your neck of the woods there now. Really starting to bow out there.
Again, seeing that Springfield camera. There's that shelf cloud starting to come in. So the leading edge of this is where you're going to have those strong winds.
Jacob's asking, do you think Taylorville and North or Decatur and West for a spot to set up?
Oh, let's see here. And I tell you what, while we've got him, let's have you guys go ahead and I'm going to pull his audio back in and have you guys chat. So, Jacob, I'm going to turn your audio on here and hopefully, will you be able to, do you have your IFB?
Yeah, I got
okay,
it. Yeah, I can hear him the whole time.
Right,
Yep.
Perfect. So I've got him back on now. So go ahead.
Hey, Kevin. Hey, Seth. Currently coming into the Assumption area now. Wanting to get some advice whether the motion of this, if I should head to Taylorville. Basically, I've got that road that takes me in, or maybe I might go up to Mowequa, then west to Stonington, try and get this towards Mount Auburn. Really interested in that feature there to the west of Auburn. I mean, that stands out to me as not far away from becoming a bigger issue here. So we'll keep a very close eye on that. But so far it's been cloudy. On these east-west roads, first off, driving south, the wind ahead of this, you're right, it has been really blustery. I probably lost gas mileage like crazy going south, driving head on into the wind here. And then these east-west roads, a couple of times you'd get a gust and kind of shoves you a little bit there to the north, to the right side of the road. But it's certainly really windy out here ahead of these storms. And all that wind energy is why we're concerned for just even outside of, there's these potential for some tornadoes coming. It's why we're concerned for the damaging wind threat as these storms continue to move off to the east. A very high wind shear day, a very high day where you've got that atmospheric energy aloft. But at the surface here, I'm measuring 62 in the storm tracker. You know, maybe we're just a few degrees shy from having even bigger problems with that. And I don't know if those dew point values have made it up to 60 yet in many areas. There might be a narrow ribbon ahead of it, but this isn't that high-end day where we saw in Kankakee, the explosive storm development. Rather, the atmosphere kind of wants to force these things to spin. And I think that's maybe what we're trying to see with that surge coming there near Auburn. That's why they got that tornado possible tag. So while we're watching that, I'm also going to be keeping my eye on southern Macoupin County. That one may carry more towards Shelbyville, Mattoon, Charleston, and places like that. So I'm not going to commit too far to the north there, but kind of watch it down by Alton and Brighton for another little kink in the line surging off to the northeast. Eventually that's Litchfield, Pana, places like that. But we'll kind of play around with both these little areas, heading north now on US 51 out of Assumption, and I'll be in Mowequa in about 5 minutes from now and have a debate. Maybe I sit in Mowequa a little bit, but either we need to go west and check things out or maybe play north up to the interstate. That's kind of my options that I've got. So in the storm tracker between Mowequa and Assumption, I'm Jacob Dicki. I'll send it back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Jacob, for that report. Yeah, there's just, I don't know, a lot to follow out there with that kind of surging line kind of down there south of Springfield, just kind of starting to get to that point where things line up a certain way. We might need to I kind of really focused in on that one. It looks like, let me put it in motion here. I haven't seen this thing. So this one kind of is surging. That's about even north, Andy. So this one very well could get through the south side of Springfield there without a doubt. So that camera is going to give us a great view here before too long out of the southwest.
I will say this. It is interesting, though. And again, got time of arrival on here, so hopefully you guys are able to see that. But if there is a part of that line that is a little bit weaker, and let me clear all this off, it's actually right, it's like in between, like you got there, and then it's actually not as intense right there coming into the Springfield, but you get just south of that, and boy, quite a bit stronger. Chatham, Auburn, I think you're going to have some winds for sure, and this is going to be crossing I-55 soon. All right, getting reports here from people. Let's see. A lot of you in the chat. Actually, there's quite a few people that are watching us here. We've got several thousand on the live stream here with us. So appreciate you guys. I'll tell you this. The selection show is on our air right now. They're revealing the brackets. Looks like Purdue just got a number 2 seed after winning the Big Ten tournament. We'll see what Illinois gets here. Right now, again, we are doing our live digital coverage here. It's about 5:14 p.m. on this Sunday. I'm Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy. Seth across from me here, and Jacob there in the storm tracker. As he continues to position himself there. So, what did he decide that he was going to do?
I honestly don't think. I think he just was talking about debating between the two, and I don't know if I heard him say which one he's actually going to do. I think right now, I just don't know if he can get. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that thing.
So he's all the way over there.
Yeah, I feel like that thing heading towards Springfield is kind of something he has a chance to catch up.
He's south of Moweaqua, so he's wondering about
North Decatur.
Yeah, going to or this south end. This south stuff is it lifts up to the north and east, or so that's where he's at. He's going to be watching storms come in. Right now, though, boy, that thing kind of surging just a little bit. Right there coming into Chatham. Anybody in Chatham there? All right. Effingham in the house. We've got Neoga, Lovington, Riverton, Springfield, Mechanicsburg. Somebody asked, well, why can't we have this on live TV? Well, we'll go on when if there is a tornado warning, okay? For now, severe thunderstorm warning, that's just our policy here. We can do this coverage. And again, it looks like several thousand of you have opted to join us on the coverage, so we appreciate it. And glad everybody's in here and we're able to deliver this. Somebody was making the comment that we're the only ones streaming this right now. So glad that you guys have all decided to join us. If you're new here, again, WCA3 weather team here, covering the central Illinois area. And boy, the severe threat here with this line, I mean, there's going to be one point where possibly this whole thing is going to be lined up with warnings. Now, just to kind of show you the wider view, notice not as intense stuff up here towards the Peoria, so the northern end of that line. But things are quite a bit more intense as you get down there into Logan County, and then definitely here coming right into Springfield now. Boy, that thing's going to clip the south side of Springfield and be pretty intense. Let's fire back to our camera view here.
And just sampling velocity too. It's about half a mile up in the atmosphere, but there's pocket of 70+ mile-an-hour winds, and you think about it, half a mile's not that far up there. So this stuff could kind of push down to the surface if it keeps trending like this.
Okay, so there's the long shelf cloud there. So this is what you get along the leading edge of that line, okay? And let me just pan it back over a little bit there. So that's where you're going to have some really intense winds come in there to the southwest part of Springfield, and you get those winds that can really kick up. So we're watching that. We'll keep an eye on the camera there. Tilton in the house. Chatsworth. We've got Urbana. Rain starting in Chatham. Heather, I'll be curious. Heather, that's there in Chatham. Definitely let us know what you get over there. I'm going to switch the velocity there. And yeah, there you go. As you were talking about, boy, those winds probably kicking up pretty good. The line itself is moving east with a northeast kind of trajectory. I know there's some people in here asking about Kankakee. Hopefully this stays, just to your side. Are they even in the tornado? I don't think they are.
No, they're not, but we did just get a mesoscale discussion to drop. It sounds like they're going to put severe thunderstorm watches up north.
Okay.
So severe storm watches that way.
Gotcha. Severe thunderstorm watches coming. So less of a tornado threat up there in Kankakee. Yeah, if you're in Chatham, or let us know what you're getting there. Be very curious to know what the winds did. Got Georgetown, Mattoon, Farmer City, Charleston, Flatville, Watson, Fisher, and Gibson City here. Edgewood, shout out Southern Effingham County.
There we go. You've been there.
I have.
Recently.
I was going to say, I learned a lot about the Edgewood area and Seth territory down there. Let's see here. There's our storm, Westville. Chatham, strong winds, heavy rainfall from Fletcher. And Christian wants a shout out. Big fan. All right, Christian. Thanks for joining us here. Crispin Paxton here. Yeah, it probably is going to hit Champaign. We're going to have a storm to hit Champaign here in the next hour or two. This thing is moving fast, so it won't take long to traverse across the viewing area here. The good news is this is kind of a one and done thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Once this line goes through, we're done with this severe weather threat. There's not additional storms, but there are other things we have to worry about, right?
Not like last time where we had to watch one round and then watch another 6 hours worth of storms move through.
Yeah, I can tell you that is an interesting signature there with that storm. All right, the Springfield camera is probably going to start to look a little bit better. Oh boy, things wobbling there a little bit.
Shelf's going to go right over top of that camera.
Yeah, so I'm going to guess this thing is going to get really windy here before too long. So we're watching this. Boy, the camera's shaking again. When that shelf gets right there, it's going to really kick things up.
Try to get the airport readings up here. That way when it does go over the top, hopefully we can get a gust report right from the airport itself. But sometimes these storms knock out those sensors if it hits it square on. So
Haley is a fan of this new setup. Helpful and informative. Thanks, Haley. Hopefully we don't get any hail out there. Haley. Newton, Tuscola, Arcola, Chatham has a ton of wind and rain. If anybody has any potential wind gusts, obviously if you don't have an anemometer, you don't know exact, but if you're familiar with how to, kind of gauge winds, so we'd be curious to know what kind of went through the Chatham area. Brandon, Decatur loves us. Hey, well, we love you too. Watsika, Westville, Beecher City, a lot of you here. All right, guys. Storm coming into Springfield, severe thunderstorm warning. Again, tornado possible tag, okay? Means that mainly a wind damage threat, but the tornado threat is positive. You could have a little quick spin up that could occur, okay? Moving fast. Just trying to scroll through the comments, or you guys are commenting so much. I'm trying to keep up with all of them. Auburn got smacked by what is hitting Chatham now. Okay, and if anybody has any damage, again, I'm gonna. If you get damage, let us know. Okay, so we can pass that along to the weather service. Visibility 0 in Chatham right now. Okay. So to widen the view out just a little bit there. There's our cell coming right in. Or I should say our line segment here. No tornado warnings right now, but intense winds along this line. Chatham, strong winds, rain. Sounds violent outside. Low visibility.
Good way to put it.
Yeah, the wind has been crazy. Yeah, see, Mark's doing the right thing. He's watching the brackets on TV, and he's watching us on here. So, did Illinois get a?
They might be about to. They're about to do the 3 coming up here, and this is the 3rd region.
Probably going to be.
Oh,
nope,
not
on that one. Okay, folks. Severe thunderstorm. All right, so let's go back to our Springfield camera. We're getting some rain now. So it's about to literally come over the Capitol in Springfield. We'll see how much wind we get from this. You can see some of the flashes of lightning. This is a live view from our Springfield camera. And here, probably the next 30 seconds, I think that camera is going to be rocking even more. So hopefully we'll be able to see. But when that rain gets there, I anticipate us definitely losing visibility on this. And it'll just be white, gray color here. Because if you look off in the distance there, you
starting
can
to disappear.
You can see the rain. See how it's getting a little blurry off there in the distance?
Warning's now updated for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Okay, 70-mile-an-hour winds possible. Again, here it comes over the Capitol now. We have the view at this point, but probably will be losing it here. Chrissy says, I can barely see across the street, is on the south side of Springfield, which is getting by far the brunt of this. We can zoom in here. The Southern View neighborhood down there along 72. Rough go of things. Okay, again, starting to lose the visibility. I have a feeling that here in the next minute, we won't even be able to see the Capitol potentially. Oh, you can see the sheets of rain. You can see the sheets of rain there. Let me see if I can't. I'm going to pan this down just a little bit before we completely lose. But you're going to see, as we pan this down, the rain blowing across, again, looking there into Springfield. And we're starting to lose visibility there of the Capitol. So we're not going to be able to see it here, potentially here in the next 30 seconds or so. Really heavy rainfall, the lightning, and you can just kind of see there the sheets of rain blowing across the Springfield area here. So severe thunderstorm warning there. Might have 70-mile-per-hour winds coming in. And there again, look at that.
One of the, not that this needs to be said, but one of the Springfield or Sangamon County EM said half-mile visibility out by the fairgrounds. So same situation all across town.
So there it is, coming in. Cannot see the Capitol now. Barely visible. Yeah, much needed rain, but boy, you don't like it when it's like this. So there we go again. Let's see if I can just see some of those rain bands coming across. You can see it there. Just look at them. Whew. All right, guys. So that's the view there in Springfield. We'll bring it back here and look at the radar. Maybe even a little bit of hail in there, potentially.
Could be just a tiny bit mixed in. I know the hail threat wasn't crazy today, but quarter's definitely not out of the equation with a handful of these.
So we've got, right now, here's the thing. This thing is going to come right on 72. This thing's going to ride 72 there, and who knows if it stays what it is. That makes it all the way to Decatur. But that's what we've got here right now. So we'll be checking out our Decatur camera next. Yep, so there you go. Hail on the south side of Springfield. If you can tell us the size, I'd be curious to know. The thing is, you know, once the line gets there, you probably only get the most intense part for what, 10, 15 minutes?
Just about, yeah.
You know, like,
I mean, if it's moving 55, yeah, it's
yeah,
not going to.
I mean, it's not going to last long because the line itself is actually thin relative.
See if I can measure the width of it here. Just take a segment. So it's about 5 miles wide, 5 or 6 miles wide.
Okay. So pea-size hail, that sounds about right. So again, here's just the loop over the last 45 minutes. You kind of see where it's going. Notice there's a bit of a northeasterly movement to the storms, not straight east. So that's why we're thinking that the storm probably has a pretty good chance of just kind of continuing to kick off here to the east and northeast. So Macon County and Decatur. You guys are next. Northern Christian County. Watching all of you. Come back to our Springfield camera. Still coming down pretty good.
Report of some slight rotation north of Williamsville, according to Sangamon County EM.
Let's come back up. Not seeing much.
No, I was going to say, that's not even...
Maybe that was earlier? I don't know.
Same part that was...
But this definitely... These are your wins here, folks. This is... And if we sample this... Now, again, this is... Oh, just updated. So now those wins are Rochester. You guys are getting hit pretty good. If we sample this, this is going to be a little bit higher up, and I think this will do it. Let me check.
Got 2,000 feet up on my end in that pocket.
I'm going to have to... Try this. Bring this back here. Sample the winds within this. 2,000 feet up. And 75.
Pretty good.
75 mile an hour winds there. Again, that's above, off the surface there a bit. But definitely very strong wind potential on that area that's right there. I'd be over Rochester, going to head towards Buckhart, and they're probably going to have to, reissue a warning there for Logan and probably into Macon County here before too long. Good news is, so far, nothing of the tornadic variety with these storms just yet. Let's come back down here. So look at all the tornado warnings more in southern Illinois, and we're hoping maybe they stay more down there. St. Louis just had a tornado warning with that line, but notice all of these storms down here east of St. Louis, those are going to maybe ride that I-70 corridor a little bit. Hopefully maybe stay just to our south, but with that northeasterly movement, we'll have to watch eventually into Fayette and Effingham counties. Come back up here. Here's our storm. Rocking and rolling right through Springfield. Go back to the cam. Hey, things calming down a little bit there.
Can see again.
We can see again.
Did not get anything wild from the airport. Just 35 mile an hour gust. So, guess they didn't get the strongest part of it. Yeah, that's what this says at 526.
Okay.
Visibility dropped to 2 miles, but a gust to 35. 35 only.
The severe thunderstorm warning continues for Sangamon and Christian County with this line here. So next, and is the movement still like 55?
Let me double check. We've got moving northeast at 50. Northeast at 50. Do think we just had another warning join us. It's in Montgomery County.
Okay.
So that'll be an extension of kind of that mess in St. Louis, the northern side of it. Looks like the winds are now creeping into the Litchfield area.
Got it.
I don't have a strength on that just yet until my warning pops up. 60 mile an hour gusts with that one.
Time of arrival there, Leopolis, 5:54. Decatur, down the line, maybe 6:14. Could be a little sooner if it does speed up a little bit.
Looks like the selection show is close to finalizing, and Illinois is indeed
three. I say it 3. Playing Penn.
Going to play their old buddy Fran McCaffrey, old Iowa coach.
Fran McCaffrey. There it is. Okay, so yeah, those of you who are watching here on the stream, watching the selection show, Illinois, number 3 seed. So there you go. Sports and weather together.
They go hand in hand.
5:33 p.m. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. Okay. Let's see if we can check Jacob's latest location. So he's up there. He's got a little cell. Is he, Jacob? Let me confirm this, but you are south of Moweaqua? South of Moweaqua? He is shaking his head, so his icon is correct. Again, pretty cool to be able to kind of see where Jacob is in relation to the storms, so we can kind of see his positioning. All right.
He's good to chat if you
all right.
want to toss it his direction. Jacob?
Fire away, Jacob.
Go for it.
Yeah, hey guys. So a couple of things that stand out to me. One, reflectivity looks really impressive on that Springfield storm, and I tend to think that we're just missing enough instability to get that to spin up and become a bigger problem. Now, it doesn't mean it won't at some point, but you can really see the forcing in the atmosphere in play with them. I think I'm going to stick here for a little bit, and you were mentioning also about getting a little cell nearby. I'm starting to get some big fat raindrops here, so that is correct. But I'm becoming more interested in a little cell down by Staunton and Mount Olive that's south of Litchfield, and I think that's going to carry more towards my direction. So that's probably where I'm going to keep my target here. It's maybe a little further south. I mean, there's tornado warnings almost lined up from the east side of St. Louis down to Poplar Bluff, Missouri. You're missing a little segment in there, but a number of warnings. And I think there's just enough instability coming north where that may become more of an issue for places soon. The storm's rolling into Litchfield now, but thinking Hillsboro, Nokomis, maybe towards Pana, Shelbyville, maybe Effingham. Those are the areas I'm becoming a little more interested in looking at some analysis of things here. But if we had maybe 5-degree difference and we got those dew point values up, that Springfield storm would be very interesting. It still is, but I think we'd be dealing with a much different situation than just sports and weather now. So that's kind of my thoughts. I think that better instability is south, and so that's where I'm leaning towards now to start maneuvering back in that direction. So we'll see exactly what that looks like here. I still have a little time to make that decision, but I'll probably let this little rain shower pop on through here and then start kind of sneaking that way. You can actually see there's some rain curtains kind of blowing in a little bit with it, so we'll clear that there. Nice little downpour coming, and again, they'll be quick, but I think you can see those sheets of rain there sliding across the screen. So that's my thoughts on things. So I'll sit here a little bit longer, but then eventually start moving back south and east and probably find myself back towards Mattoon, Charleston, Effingham, Shelbyville before long. In the Storm Tracker on the south side of Moweaqua, I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
Alrighty, Jacob. Thank you for keeping us in the loop on that. And yeah, just I know kind of we've been watching that one main segment rolling through the Springfield area, but that stuff down south, even if those tornado warnings don't hold on and keep this direction, there's still a nice line of winds in there. I mean, the storm we've got in Springfield, there's about 3 or 4 different patches just like that down there east of St. Louis. So at the very least, we're going to get that wind threat to expand to some more counties here, kind of closer to the I-70 region. So that may not be a thing here for another 30 minutes, but it's on its way. So we're going to probably have another area in the area to watch here before too long as that stuff lifts this direction, more than just that kind of one main segment we've had in the Springfield area so far up until this point.
Yeah, this is a day that, and a lot of people were asking, in the previous days, they're like, is this going to be like the derecho? And on the days that we had the derecho, we had a ton of instability. And those high, like 3,000, 4,000 Cape days, We have very limited instability. This would be a lot worse if we had more instability.
It's just such a thin corridor, too.
Yeah.
That's why you're seeing just the front edge of these storms.
Yeah.
That's what's doing it. Like Jacob said, the temperatures and dew points, they're not quite where they need to be up there in Springfield, but I did just check. Effingham is 63 over 58, so it is in a better spot down that direction for some of those more kind of lower base storms that could bring some rotation to the ground. So that's where that threat was advertised as highest. Jacob says 66 at the storm tracker's location for the temp. So kind of just a little more ripe down that direction. That's probably where our tornado threat's going to stay at its highest, but can't rule anything out here up and down these storms. These lines like to do some weird things sometimes, and even though it's sort of been behaving as far as nothing crazy in the way of rotation, we know how quickly things can change here in a span of 10 or 15 minutes. So it warrants watching, even though the urgency with the rotation hasn't quite been there just yet with anything we've had right here in our area.
So almost kind of three areas, and I'll point them out. So you've got this kind of little segment right here coming through Lincoln, and there's a little bit of a break, and so you almost kind of have this secondary one and a little bit of a break, and then this third one that's coming out down here east of Carlinville. So almost those are the three areas to look at. That right there, and this one right through here, and then this one up here. Currently, we're watching the storm here come through eastern Sangamon County. We'll see what they decide to do with an additional warning. Okay, there it is. New severe thunderstorm warning. Going to be for DeWitt, Logan, McLean, Tazewell.
Also has that tornado possible tag
Okay.
on it as well.
That's going to pop up on the screen here any second. Oh, there it is. Okay. So the weather, it'll be interesting to see the weather service. So there's the Doppler. That right there. That's literally where the weather service is and where the Doppler radar is.
It's about as close to the ground as you can sample anything on the radar there.
Yeah.
250 feet above the ground.
Let's see what it's looking like. Oh, tornado?
Sangamon Logan. Yep.
Okay. All right. Seth, you're going to make your way down
right
south. And so Seth is going to start the coverage down there. I'm going to switch things over when he goes.
The show is over. Do you want me just to, because they're just talking?
Yeah. All right, guys, we've got to go on the air on TV for the tornado warning. Okay. So this is brand new. Tornado warning, Logan, Sangamon counties here. All right. And when Seth goes on, I will switch this over, and then I'll go join him down there. And then you'll see just kind of the typical coverage that you usually see on television. But it looks like enough of a little spin up here, Cornland area. Okay. So it looks like they're warning for this area here down near Dawson. Okay. West of Buffalo. And these are going to be, and it's right there. There it is right there, folks. So northeast of Dawson, tornado warning. Northeast of Dawson, that's where the rotation is. If you are there in Cornland, the southwest portions of Logan County, Lake Fork, okay, Mount Pulaski, all under this tornado warning. And again, northeastern sliver there of Sangamon County. So that's what we're looking at here, folks. Tornado warning. Again, we're live here now, but we are going to be transitioning to our coverage on television. Jacob is in the storm tracker. We are monitoring this situation with the storms. So there is, anywhere along this line, you could have that little spin up. Okay, so I'm going to switch things over to Seth now, and we will give you that coverage now.
You are in the path of this thing. I'm going to zoom out real quick, kind of give you an idea of where we're looking at. This is your tornado warning just northeast of Springfield. This was issued just minutes ago. And what we'll do, we're going to jump in here, look at our velocity picture. We're going to show you where exactly this main source of rotation is heading. So far today, it's just been but there is enough there to issue that tornado warning. So things quickly changing out that direction as this line of storm starts to kind of have a little more motion to it, a little more movement, and we might start to see some more of these pockets kind of tighten up here as we move forward in time. So this is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. What I'll do, I'm just going to grab a little tool here and draw it out for people, see who might be in the path of this thing and when to expect the storm. So we're going to draw it right there along that main area rotation, send it up here to the north and east. We're going to see some locations pop up here in just a moment. So Lake Fork, it'll be there in about 4 minutes. Again, if you see your town name here on this list, you need to be in your shelter right now. You need to get in the most interior part of your house. If you can get below ground, that is the absolute best place to be. But any interior room without windows is the place you need to be in right now. So we've got Lake Fork here in the next 4 minutes. Mount Pulaski within the next about 10 minutes or so. And out there closer to Chestnut, that will be closer to 6 o'clock. So again, tornado warning in effect as these winds start to tighten up just a little bit. And we are continuing to keep an eye on that. There's lots of other storms here in the area as well. Notice kind of just this big orangish looking box. It's got kind of a red outline around it. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that has a tornado possible tag on it. They are different. It's a tornado warning and a tornado possible storm. Basically, there's not enough evidence yet here on the south end of the storm to put that tornado warning out there, but it is still worth closely monitoring because things can change here in quite a hurry. Also, storms down there to the south, closer to the Montgomery County area. Strong winds heading out there towards Hillsborough. But again, we are tracking this tornado-warned storm that is continuing to move up to the north and east, just on top of Buffalo right now, out there towards Cornland. That's where some of those stronger winds are starting to kind of tighten up here and bring the chance for that tornado risk. Again, Mount Pulaski could be there in the next 10 minutes, so can't iterate enough to get down in your tornado safe spot, seek some shelter. Again, at the very least, there's going to be some strong winds here within the system that is going to rattle some things around. It's been a windy day in general, and that's not changing right now that this line of storms is moving on through. And we'll go ahead and put things in motion here just to have you be able to see kind of where things are heading, the kind of pace. The good thing is these storms are moving at a pretty good pace, like we said, 55 miles an hour. So it won't take a ton of time for this front line to kind of pass on through. And once it does, that kind of lowers your threat, if not completely eliminates it. But as long as you are here in this polygon, again, places like Mount Pulaski and eventually Chestnut, you need to be down there in your tornado safe spot here at this moment in time. We're going to kind of take a look at our Springfield camera. It has passed over Springfield. I'm going to try to move it around, maybe look out there to the east towards the direction of the storm, see if we can find anything out that direction, kind of in between some of our sky cams here. So we'll pan that around. We've got that camera pulled up here in our boxes as well. And you'll be able to see here in a moment once the feed catches up and kind of see that leading edge, kind of that line. You can see the contrast there between the horizon and up there a little bit above the ground. So that's the leading edge of that storm racing off to the north and east outside, well outside of Springfield by now, but it is up there heading towards the Logan County area and eventually up there into parts of Mount Pulaski and eventually up there towards Chestnut as well. We've got Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy in here as well. Kevin, we've been monitoring things here on our stream for a little bit. Now we finally got that first tornado warning to be issued here in the area. Kind of what are you noticing? It looks like to me things may be tightening up a little bit. Nothing slam dunk rotation, but starting to kind of head that direction a little bit.
Yeah, so the storm here into Logan County over the Cornland area right here, okay? As we mentioned, Chestnut going to be coming towards you here soon. This is moving off to the north and east. The rotation slightly increasing on it. Again, we're on the air as a tornado warning has been issued, okay? All along this whole line, we've had severe thunderstorm warnings, but now embedded in there, sometimes you can get a little quick spin up and you catch a little bit of that rotation and you get a real fast tornado sometimes, okay? These are one of those things where sometimes they develop rather quickly, sometimes fall back apart. It really doesn't usually last for an extended period of time. So again, we're tracking this because we have an active tornado threat right now here into portions of Logan County, northeastern portions of Sangamon County, where that tornado warning is in effect. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to fire up the velocity here to see if we can see some of that, kind of more of the positioning of where that could be. And it looks like you've got something there. I'm trying to see there, Seth.
Yeah, I've got my velocity here in a loop too, just to show kind of how fast things tightened up. Let me freeze it though, because we did just get a new scan, so you can kind of see again some of those more contrasting colors starting to come together right there between Lake Fork and Mount Pulaski. So that's the spot we need to keep watching out for, because you can see some of those greens and reds kind of almost starting to overlap on top of each other. So a feature like this very well could continue to tighten up as the storm continues to march off to the north and east. Wouldn't be too surprised here in just a little bit of time. It's kind of outracing the southwest part of this polygon. They may be extending it here soon, so that's why I'm saying even if you're not in the polygon, even if you didn't get a warning on your phone, a place like Chestnut, eventually maybe looks like it won't quite get to Lincoln there, but places in northeastern and far eastern Logan County will need to watch out for the winds and the rotation that is starting to come together here on this storm. So that's exactly where that rotation is at the moment, and it just kind of looks like strong winds are starting to pick up all up and down this line. That's why we're starting to get several more warnings that have that tornado possible tag on them with those kind of orangish outlines. So we've just got the one tornado warning at the moment. Hopefully it stays like that, but we're starting to see the trends where maybe things are leaning in the direction of perhaps starting to tighten together here a little bit more, and we might start to see some more of those pockets kind of come together and bring us some more of those potentially tornado warned storms. So again, I'll kind of put this in motion, show you just how fast this thing tightened up. This is just a 30-minute loop, and when it was out here closer to Sherman, it just kind of looked like some straight line winds, but as it moved out there to the east, closer to northeastern Sangamon County, southern Logan County, that's when those colors started to really brighten up. That's where some of those reds were included in there as well. That's when you're starting to see the rotation kind of piece itself together, come together here a little bit, and bring us that first warning. And it looks like they have done, like I said just a moment ago, they are starting to lift the polygon there a little bit to the north and east. So Sangamon County out of this tornado warning polygon now. So they are out of the woods here with this particular storm. But again, out here, Chestnut, Mount Pulaski, it's just minutes away. So again, be in your tornado safe spot, farthest interior portion of your home, and as low to the ground as you can possibly get, as this storm is continuing to show all the signs that it could tighten up there and continue to produce some more rotation here right over parts of south and eastern Logan County here at almost the 6 o'clock hour. Again, we're jumping live here on television, covering this tornado warned storm that is now starting to kind of shape up here just a little bit. Hopefully things can kind of calm down here a little bit. But Kevin, we've kind of been talking about the fact that within these lines, just some weird things happen sometimes. We were streaming for about an hour and things were just straight line winds. Now all of a sudden we're starting to see things really race up. Kind of, what do you think, where do things going here as we move forward in time here over the next 30 minutes after hour or so.
I want to say this. This setup is very different than what we had last week when the Kankakee tornado occurred up there. It's very different. That was one little individual we call a supercell. These are more of a Boeing segment, a line segments here, a squall line, and embedded in there, you get that little rotation. These are typically on the lower end of the spectrum of strength, okay? Not to discount an EF0 or EF1, but that's what you typically get with these. But they spin up really quick. I want to show you kind of the wider view because we've got a lot of people under these warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. Decatur, you're under that. All the way up to Atlanta there. You get into McLean County, and then stretching back there into eastern portion of Sangamon County. This whole thing as it lifts off there to the northeast. But Mount Pulaski, it's your area right now that we have the most concern for as that storm, again, moves off there to the north and east. Tornado warning continues, and again, we're on here to let our folks know about this potential tornadic threat on this storm. We'll see what the Weather Service decides to do if they have to go any more to the north and east. But Mount Pulaski, watching up there towards Chestnut, and again in the radar that the Weather Service has there in Lincoln, that's it right there. So the little donut hole right there, that's where the radar actually is. So they're able to see on the lowest levels kind of what's going on. And the tornado warning does continue. If there would actually be anything, this would be one of those that are, the tornado would be embedded in the rain. You wouldn't even be able to see it. You know, this is not like the Kankakee tornado that happened last week. You won't see this thing. You're not going to see the big funnel. It will be embedded into that heavy rain shield. So it will be a lot harder to see. So again, just kind of backing things out, because I want to show you kind of this wide view. We are watching other storms here that eventually may impact parts of Shelby County, Effingham County down the line. All of this moving here to the kind of east and northeast. So yes, Champaign, Monticello, Gibson City, down the line here watching you guys for the threat of severe weather as we go throughout tonight. But right now, our tornado warning does continue. If you're in Mount Pulaski, you want to be taking shelter, Chestnut there. And again, we are watching things carefully, letting our folks know about this. The Weather Service deciding on anything over there?
Relatively quiet over here for the most part, just kind of tidying up where that warning was at. No word on whether or not they're going to extend the warning out. But here for just a moment, we do have meteorologist Jacob Dicki. He's kind of well south and east of this thing. He's out there kind of on the Shelby and Christian County line up there to the north. But Jacob, you're kind of out there in the environment here a little bit, still feeling some of those winds. Why don't you just kind of give us a little idea of what you're feeling out there and kind of what's the trend here with some of these storms that way?
Yeah, hey Seth and Kevin, just turning here and getting in place. And wanted to show you this shelf cloud that we've got as I'm just halfway between the Assumption and Moweaqua area, and that's where we're located right now. This is looking off to the west. Now, we're a little further down the line, but I'm starting to get a little more interested here in the line, that segment that's in central Montgomery counties. That's starting to get that early look that the Springfield storm did when it was down by Pawnee. So should this start to move in that direction, maybe by the time that gets to Shelby County, that's going to be a storm to watch here. And you can see here as I show you real fast on the radar that I've got, kind of in this area here. So it's near Coffeen and Irving, coming up to the north and east. So I'll probably make my way towards Pana and Shelbyville and keep an eye on that. We're north of Pana right now, and this is that view as you look off to the west there. Temperature still in the low 60s. There's some humidity there, and so we're going to keep a close eye on things and have another update for you coming up in just a bit. Live in the Storm Tracker, I'm meteorologist Jacob Dicki. We're watching the southern part. That northern spot is just moving too fast to the north and east for us to catch, so we'll be down here for the next couple of hours. In the Storm Tracker, I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Jacob, for that update out there in the field. We'll continue to kind of watch things your direction as that threat starts to ramp up down that direction as well. Just kind of hone in on the point Kevin made just a minute ago. Here is what your reflectivity looks like, kind of detecting where that heaviest rain is. I'm going to open up the velocity picture inside of that so you can see that velocity right there, here, and then we'll kind of take it out again. It's packed right in there within that range, so you're really not going to see too much. That's why it's important to be in your shelter right now, because it's not the kind of thing you'll be able to stand outside, see on your porch, torch and be able to tell it's coming your direction. These are very difficult to see wrapped up there in that rain. As the rotation still appears to be there, we can kind of see here on our velocity scope some of those colors still contrasting together there a bit. So there is still plenty to watch with this storm as it continues to march off to the north and east. Still not seeing anything in the way of any sort of downstream warnings planned just yet. I believe this warning, let's see when it's set to expire. It's set to expire at 6:15, so we've still got another about 18 minutes to go here on this one.
Out of the polygon there, though, I think.
And it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, I think there's a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Pretty big one that maybe is kind of the downstream version of that. And so it looks like they're perhaps opting with the tornado possible tag severe thunderstorm warning. That may have been up there before. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, a new warning to keep in mind up that direction out there towards parts of DeWitt, more of Logan County, southern McLean County. Just kind of a big box drawn with some of these storms. That's how some of them are going to be here, well out ahead of the actual line of gusts. We're going to see some of those warnings downstream of it.
So Seth here, what we're going to probably do is transition back to our digital coverage here if they don't carry that warning on.
Correct.
So we are streaming on Facebook, on the news app, the weather app. You can find us all over the place. If you still want some of our coverage, go online, and I'm going to head upstairs to go back in the digital studio while you kind of wrap the coverage here, and then we'll transition back to online here as that tornado warning. They've not extended it, or did they?
Jacob, I'm hearing new tornado warning in my ear, but I don't see one just yet, so stand by here. Oh, okay, I see it now. So they're going to extend the current tornado warning. So it looks like we're going to keep things moving. It looks like they're going to extend it north and east. Again, right over Mount Pulaski right now, but they see enough to where they're probably going to extend this out there to include possibly Chestnut here in a minute. Again, we don't have the polygon drawn out for us to see here just yet, but it does look like they will continue this warning off to the north and east as it starts to move over there into
Kinney, probably. It's going to be maybe even Waynesville. So western portions of DeWitt County, if they carry that warning further to the northeast. Again, that if I don't know if they've drawn it up yet, but you'll see it on the screen when it does populate there. And again, that according to the Weather Service, talking about that warning, they are working on extending the tornado warning.
Yeah, they kind of just noted several ripples along the line. That's kind of what we've been talking about, too, just these little kind of bumps here and there where things just kind of could tighten up a little bit. Again, nothing confirmed, but there's still enough there on that velocity picture to extend this warning. And again, we don't have anything released just yet, but we do know that once it escapes this box, that's not going to be the only warning that we have, tornado warning, that is, with this storm as it moves north and east. Kind of taking inventory of everywhere else, there's still a pretty strong line of winds down there across parts of Christian County, across parts of Montgomery County, continuing to watch and see. And right as we say that, there's another warning drawn up there. Pretty big one again that includes parts of Christian, Southern, Macon, and a good portion of Shelby County as well. So these are just very in advance warnings because of the strong winds that are out ahead of it. That one warned for 60-mile-an-hour gusts, but also has that reddish outline that indicates the tornado possible tag on it as well. So continuing to pay attention to this tornado warning that is about, there we go. So now it is, okay, they're extending it directly east, so maybe a little bit of a right turn here. So this is including a pretty big portion of southern, in fact, all of southern DeWitt County and all of northern Macon County as well. So we're talking about Warrensburg in this warning, Forsyth up there to Maroa as well. I don't foresee a place like Warrensburg or Forsyth taking direct hit from this, but it sure looks like it's going to be a close call, but maybe kind of favoring the northern side of this box there as it moves off to the east. I'm going to put this in motion here for just a moment so that way we can kind of play this out. So we're watching right here just southeast of the Lincoln radar, just west of Chestnut. So it kind of looks like it's taking more of an eastern turn here at the moment, but a warning that includes pretty big portions of both DeWitt County and Macon County as well. So we are going to track that one and continue to keep an eye out for it as well. But there's warnings popping up all over the place and pretty big warnings. There might be some people in a warning that are 30 minutes away from the storm. Kevin, you kind of got a picture that illustrates that.
Yeah, look at all of these are all of the warnings. The orange box is going to be your severe thunderstorm warning, but we're talking all the way up here into southern McLean County, Logan County, DeWitt County, all almost all of Christian County, southern Macon, and even Moultrie County now under severe thunderstorm warnings. Right here where the red boxes are. Northern Macon, southern DeWitt, that's the tornado warning. So this is a huge area where your sirens may be going off in some locations, your weather radio going off for the warnings, your app alerting you. So those are all of the warnings that we've got right now. And again, the concern is for a tornado right here, okay, coming into kind of eastern portions of Logan County, western portions of DeWitt and Macon. So that's going to be there kind of near the Chestnut area. So you need to be in your tornado safe spot. We'll be watching things. This does include Kinney. This does include Maroa, all the way down to Forsyth too. And it is very interesting how that the new warning kind of curved, you know, a little bit more to the east. You know, if you look at the orientation of the previous warning, and again, just look how fast it's moving, because now, you know, it's out of that old polygon and now off there to the east. Again, this is it's a very kind of messy radar look. You're not going to be able to see much. These tornadoes would be embedded in the rainfall, so it would be extremely difficult to see. But we've got, again, the tornado warning now in effect for Macon and southern DeWitt counties is what we're looking at.
All right, perfect, Kevin, and we'll take things back over here now to the weather pod. We can see kind of drawn out a little bit of the squall where that rotation is. Again, kind of leaving out this part down there closer to Warrensburg and Forsyth, just because it doesn't look like things are quite down that far. But if we just take it directly from where that rotation is and extend it to the east right now, we're going to see that some locations in the path of that. Again, Kinney, it'll be there in the next 5 minutes, so be seeking shelter right now. Again, if you see the name of your town here on this list, you need to be in your tornado safe spot here right this instant. But we also talked about Maroa. It is a little less than 15 minutes away out that direction, eventually Lane there closer to 6:25 p.m. So we'll kind of clean things up here, keep the velocity picture on. And as Kevin was saying, we're seeing it right over Chestnut right now. So you're probably feeling some pretty strong winds, maybe able to kind of feel things changing a little bit out that direction as this one races east, mainly going to impact, again, kind of equally far southern DeWitt County and far northern Macon County, where that line of rotation is. And we've got a pretty good view of this thing velocity-wise on radar because of how close we are to that Lincoln radar. So we're sampling things pretty close to the ground. So we'll be able to get a pretty good look at this as it marches off that direction, and kind of looking at it here on our velocity product. And again, there's a lot of connection here with these storms. This is one big line that's bringing impactful winds no matter where you're at. In fact, we've got warnings all the way from parts of DeWitt County all the way down to as far south as we cover into parts of Montgomery, and looks like just outside of Fayette County as well. So strong winds no matter where you're at. I am going to, let's see if we can get the Decatur camera punched up here. We'll kind of look things out to the west, as it looks like they might start to receive some thunderstorm activity here soon. Not the tornado warned storm that we're talking about, but still going to be able to have a view here of some of those stronger winds as they enter the area. So that's our Springfield camera. Let me see if I can insert the Decatur camera into things here. And again, we're looking straight west. There we go. So not seeing too much detail just yet, not seeing anything in the way of leading edge, but it's just kind of a mess out there in front of Decatur in general. It's just kind of a rainy mess out that way. Not quite as clear cut as some of these shelf clouds that we saw coming in along this main line at one point in time. So just kind of a little noisier out that direction. And honestly, just noisy, even where this tornado warning is in general as well. Again, rotation just east of Chestnut right now, or that's where those strongest winds at least are. And we've got plenty of rain out ahead of this. If we want to bring things back here over to the Weather Center, I'll be able to kind of show you guys, again, right here east of Chestnut's where that rotation is. But as it advances east, it's got rain on top of it right now. It's got rain well out ahead of it as well, so this is going to be a difficult thing to see. That's why we strongly urge you to get down into your tornado safe spot here ahead of the storm, so that way you are able to stay out ahead of things here and be prepared as it marches that direction. Taking a look down here to the south in the meantime, we've got strong winds moving through the Taylorville area here right now, out there towards Nokomis as well. Again, one big long line here covering most of the area. Even though these don't have tornado warnings on them, they pretty much all have tornado possible tag assigned to them, which means things could ramp up. We could see just what we're seeing with that northern storm happen with some of these southern storms if things play along the right way. And on top of that, gusts are between 60 and 70 miles an hour here with these storms, so there is a lot happening here. Lots of moving parts with all of these storms. Let's check back in here with our velocity picture. Again, it's still looking a little organized there. You can see these contrasting reds and these greens, maybe just a little more linear than what it was once before. Not quite seeing as many of those little grooves or little notches. Doesn't mean the threat is coming down, but maybe not quite, not the best that we've seen this year just yet, but still want to be on high alert. Again, as we move off there to the east, eventually closer to Maroa as well. Got Jacob in my ear. He says he's got a report, so we're going to send things out to him. Jacob, again, let people know where you are and what you're about to see out there. That way.
Yeah, hey Seth. We are located now in the Assumption area. I'm just east of town on the blacktop that takes you all the way through Findlay and off to Mattoon, Charleston. And this is my view to the south and west. I'm keeping an eye on that storm that's coming out of Nokomis now and moving into the southeastern part of Christian County. And it's catching my attention. You see a little bit of lightning over there, starting to get a little bit of a view here, but it's very poor visibility at this point, just for a number of reasons. But we've been kind of watching in that leading edge there. It looks like there's a surge trying to happen. We're still maybe a little bit away from tornado potential being a bit higher here, but those early signs of development sticking out to me on this storm as it's coming up into the Pana area and eventually comes close to where we are, perhaps passes north of Tower Hill and into northern parts of Shelby County. So we're going to watch this storm right here. You can kind of look in and see there's some little lowerings that we are keeping an eye on here. Visibility not all that great, but we've seen a little bit of lightning, but just gonna have to watch things here. If that southern side of the storm can surge a little bit, that's when you get a little bit of that rotation to show up. So that's what we're watching with the southern storm here. Still severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, there's warnings from Bloomington all the way south into Missouri and Arkansas and beyond. A long string of warnings. Basically, Houston, Texas, all the way up to us is where this front is, and about every storm on it is warned there. And so we're gonna keep an eye on this. We are certainly not done yet, but gonna watch these little spots in here to see how they materialize. Live in the Storm Tracker, I'm Jacob Dicki, just east of Assumption. Seth, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you very much for that report. Again, I know this isn't where the tornado warning is, but this is still some stuff to watch because storms like the one that is tornado warned start from something, and it kind of started from something similar to where Jacob's at right now. So I'm going to toss on velocity down that way and to kind of iterate what he was saying. You're starting to see maybe some little lowerings, maybe some little pockets there where things could be tightening up. When you see these really bright colors next to these really dull colors, that's where you just have to watch to see how they interact, if they can kind of tighten up just a couple of notches here or there, like we're seeing between Nokomis and Pana there. Features like this kind of catch our attention, and that's exactly what we're seeing out that way. Let's head back up to the north, check in on our tornado warned storm, and it looks like, again, you can still see signs of it is now well east of Chestnut, right there close to the Kinney area. And this one maybe kind of feels like this one's not progressing quite as fast as what it was over there earlier in Logan County earlier, but that still doesn't change anything. You need to be where you need to be right now, and that's in your tornado safe spot, as that feature continues to kind of grab our attention and keep up that warning here across the area. Okay, so we looks like they're continuing that tornado warning here into parts of DeWitt and Macon County, so no changes there as far as that goes. It looks like they're about to clean up the polygon there that's still left over in Logan County. No longer a threat out that way with any sort of imminent rotation, as it is passed well off to the east at this point in time. But still, plenty of strong winds up and down. Continuing to watch out for some more of these features that may cause some more spin-ups here with time as well. But at the moment, seeing just lots of strong winds with just that one main area of interest there as far as the rotation goes. And like you mentioned earlier, Kevin, there's rain on top of this. It's hard to see. That's why it's important just to be safe right now and not take a look at anything out there.
Yeah, you won't be able to see that tornado. This is not like Kankakee, visible funnel down there. You won't see it. This thing is shrouded in rain if there is that tornado. You look at it radar there, it just looks like a lot of rain, okay? definitely some gusty winds, but that tornado threat still there, embedded in all of that rain. You're talking about Maroa, Forsyth under that tornado warning here right now. Again, folks, I know we would normally be airing 60 minutes at this moment here, but we've got active tornado warnings. Our friends and folks out here into Macon and DeWitt County under that threat here with that potential tornado. So we are opting to come on and let our friends know about this potentially life-threatening situation here as this moves off here to the east. That's going to cross 51, and then you're going to start talking about, hey, what are they going to do over here into Piatt County? What are they, for Monticello? What are they going to do down the stream into Champaign County? Okay, it's all moving off here to the east. This whole line is, and I do anticipate more warnings. Maybe they're more of the severe thunderstorm warned variety, but all of this is moving off here to the east. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to just back it out a little bit and show you kind of the wider view of this, and then I'll put a little bit of a loop on it so you can see the movement that this whole thing is taking. So you can see Champaign there. Looks like a little bit of a stronger, portion down there. Taylorville, that line down there looks pretty good with those winds. Hoping maybe the more you go to the north and east, maybe it calms down a bit. But listen, this thing's moving so fast, 55 miles an hour, it's not going to be long before it is knocking on the doorstep to, like I said, Piatt and Champaign County. As a matter of fact, what was the latest speed on this here?
Let me check. Last check was 45. It is now 35. So the tornado warned one's kind of slowing down quite a bit compared to the stuff south of there.
But the whole line there may be more like 50.
Yeah, down to the south, it's 55 to 60.
So this kind of shows you the time of arrival for some areas like, the airport there in Decatur. It's not going to be long. Monticello, 646. And there into Seymour as well with our line that's coming through. So again, we've got tornado warning in effect. The biggest concern right here. And we'll try to look at some of the velocity on this. And again, there's tough to see much there, but maybe west of Maroa, these are these quick little spin-up tornadoes. These are not your typical kind of setup here. Jacob is out there, and his location is where exactly is he's over there?
I believe he was out there closer to, I think he said Assumption at one point in time. East of Assumption. He's east of Assumption. So he's about to get a pretty wicked line of at least winds. And I guess Jacob will just, I was going to say, we'll let you just tell us what you're seeing out there.
Yeah, hey, so we're just east of Assumption here, and to give you an idea, we're looking to the south and west. This whole leading edge of this line just has these low rings here, and they're kind of spooky-looking clouds, and those don't stand out to me as much as if you look right here, this part in the center of the screen, that's where I'm most interested in. When you look at the radar, there's a little bit of a surge with that line, and it breaks back there west of Pana, south of Awanaka. We're kind of looking back into that there. This is where I think if something were to develop, it'd come from this part of the line right here. Of course, I don't have a whole lot more time to sit here. The storm's moving pretty good, but we've been seeing that lightning. But that kind of gives you the idea of what we're looking into here, straight southwest of Assumption. So going to keep an eye on places like Assumption. We're going to watch for Moweaqua, Findlay, northern parts of Shelby County before long here. Nothing warned tornadic yet, but in those early stages, you kind of see some of that wind surging, and that's that first sign that we need. And I think that the instability is a little bit better ahead of this, too, as we move these storms into places like Shelby County and eventually on towards I-57. So we're going to watch this whole little line right here and probably make our way to the east before long. Wanted to give you one last report on the storm tracker. And there's wind going to be the case here with this as well. That's regardless of the tornado threat. The wind threat going to be an issue, I think, for many folks as we move on through. So we'll keep a very close eye on things here. That's my last report from east of Assumption. You'll see me heading to the east. From now, I'm Jacob Dicki. We'll send it back to you.
All right, that was a very well-timed report, Jacob, because we got a tornado warning right over your area right now. They have taken that exact spot that you're looking at, and they now see enough to issue a tornado warning. And I can even see things popping up here on radar. So let's kind of hone in on this one here now and check the velocity. As you were saying, we'll be able to see this one pretty good. We saw there from your view that there's no rain kind of interfering. We can see the leading edge of this one. So kind of the same situation as up north. You've got this leading edge here with these strong winds. Maybe starting to watch out for some of these little bends in that velocity field to see if anything starts to tighten up. But they've seen enough to issue that tornado warning. That includes parts of northern Shelby County, parts of western Moultrie County, and down there into southeastern Macon County as well. So in this polygon includes places like Assumption, out there towards Moweaqua. Looks like just south of Macon there, Dalton City, Findlay included in this as well. So if you are receiving those warnings right now, if you see your town in that polygon, you need to get to your tornado safe spot. We've kind of said this all day, even without tornado warnings on anything, you still need to treat these severe thunderstorms as if they are kind of those tornado warnings. So the way these strong winds can just kind of surge out, you're still going to feel 65, maybe 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts here with these storms as they continue to bow out here a little bit. So Jacob's watching that tornado warning storm. Let's check back in on our one up here to the north. We can kind of see, again, this signature not quite looking as good as as what it did earlier. Kind of more interest in that southern one, but still want to keep folks in the know up here to the north out there towards Maroa. That line soon to push in as well. So we're going to keep an eye out for that. And if we can have Jacob's shot up as well so we can keep seeing his, just kind of seeing his view there in the background as well. And Kevin, you maybe have a couple of things that you're also paying attention to as now we have 2 tornado warnings here in central Illinois.
Yeah, that's right. 2 tornado warnings here. We're carefully monitoring this here, folks. And so here's what we're going to do. We're gonna take a look at this and watching this storm right down here into eastern portions there of Christian County. And then we're talking about here into Shelby County, but it is in this area here where the rotation is starting to pick up and why they've actually issued that tornado warning. So here's what we've got. Okay, looks like maybe they're east of Locust here. You're definitely getting some stronger winds there in Pana. A little bit difficult to see, but this whole thing is moving off to the east. So Assumption, tornado sirens probably going to be going off if they've not already. All of this is moving off here to the east, okay? So what we'll do here is kind of back things out just a little bit, get another bit of a view of where this tornado warning is. And so this does include Dalton City. It includes Bethany. There's Findlay, okay? All of this area, this is where this is going to go. And it's moving fast. So this is going to be crossing over 51, okay, in the next few minutes. And that is, again, where we've got Jacob positioned. So he's going to be able to see something there. But really intense winds along this, okay, as it moves off there to the east. And you can see if you're anywhere there between Moweaqua and Assumption, you want to be taking shelter. So that's Jacob's view there, right there on the right side of your screen. He's looking into that storm right now, giving us the views. And so he's going to be kind of zooming in to the cloud, but he's also going to be kind of keeping an eye down there at the ground to see if there's any circulation, okay, that can kind of, you know, indicate that tornado. But obviously intense looking low hanging clouds there, as Jacob was kind of mentioning. So if you are between anywhere, Moweaqua, Assumption, that kind of area there, again, kind of difficult to fully pinpoint maybe where some of that rotation is on radar, but luckily we've got Jacob there with eyes on the storm enough that we're able to kind of see what's going on with him. And boy, that you can see some of the lightning there with that. And Jacob, why don't you go ahead and give us another report, kind of what you're seeing. Low-lying clouds, looks like you might be repositioning, but what have you kind of seen there?
Yeah, hey Kevin, we're starting to bail back to the east here. So I got the rear view camera on. A lot of low motion that's showing up with the storm. A lot of turbulence. Nothing that stands out to me as strong rotation, but I'm suspicious it could be wrapped up back there in just to my south and west. So we're going to head to the east here towards the Findlay area. Kind of stay ahead of this. It's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So once I get north of Shelbyville, I might blast to the north and towards the Dalton City area. Kind of go from there. We'll kind of evaluate and see how things go, but gonna be trying to keep ahead of this now, Kevin, is the main goal as we watch this. I do think that folks in this area need to be taking their tornado precautions, primarily northern Shelby County in the focus right now, but still watching Moultrie and southern Macon County. Live in the Storm Tracker, I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Jacob. Seth, we're watching that whole line there. Very intense there, crossing over 51 as we speak. Those winds are going to be there, but those embedded circulations, sometimes tough to see, okay? But so what we'll do here, I'm just going to click it over once again to kind of show you the velocity. Something in there. It would be really tough to see it with all of that heavy rainfall. We'd look for those reds and greens kind of next to one another, but looks like we're getting some additional warnings that are coming out here. I just want to kind of move up here to the north and east now. It looks like Piatt County now under a severe thunderstorm warning. So this now includes Monticello, Beemont, Cerro Gordo. This is the new severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. And I just want to show you all of the different warnings. I'm going to take this, and we're going to kind of widen the view out here to kind of show you all of the warnings that we've got in place here. And there's such a huge amount of them. McLean, now these are severe thunderstorm warnings. You've got McLean and DeWitt, now Piatt, Macon, Christian, Shelby County. The red boxes are your tornado warnings. Southern DeWitt, northern Macon, eastern Christian, northern portions of Shelby, southeastern corner of Macon, and the western portion of Moultrie County. Those are all of the warnings that we've got here so far. And again, here's that kind of wider view of things. Pretty intense. That's kind of bowing out a little bit there. If you are into western portions of Shelby County, I would be watching things there, because that is just showing me there's a pretty good area there, because what this is doing is essentially you're getting this, and I'll just move this up here a little bit, because I want to show you there is that tornadic threat in there. But what you're also going to get right along this, see how this kind of curves and bows out a little bit? You're getting really strong winds kind of pushing there right on that leading edge, the apex of that bow, and that's where you're going to have 70-mile-an-hour winds, maybe. That's what kind of kicks up. So anytime you see that little bowing area, that's usually an area of concern for those damaging straight-line winds. So that's going to be coming in here to southwestern portions of Shelby County. There's Shelbyville. You've got Tower Hill, Cowden. There's Herrick. This will continue to be the area where you're going to see those intense winds. And let's just look at it on the velocity. I bet this is really bright. Yes, you're going to see kind of these brighter colors here. These are your strong winds there coming into the Tower Hill and Herrick area. So you've got probably some 60-mile-an-hour winds there at the very least. But the concern continues to be for the tornadic threat with this. Here's that wide view. There's Champaign, okay, Mattoon, Charleston, Danville over here. This whole line is continuing to move off here to the east. And so we'll send things back over to Seth. What are you seeing over there at your station?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. We've kind of been focusing down there to the south for a little bit. Want to bring things back up to the north with that other tornado warning we had. There's actually a funnel cloud spotted southwest of Maroa at 6:18. So this has been about 5 minutes ago. Somebody must be really in there close to it, because like we said, there's lots of rain around it, but there was a reported funnel cloud there from a trained spotter. So still watching that area rotation. Again, this one doesn't jump off the page as much as that one maybe down there to the south does, but there's some eyes on the ground up that way. So continuing to monitor this threat as we see maybe just some increased rotation out there closer to the Maroa area. Continuing to push off to the east right there, kind of along the county line, eventually heading out there towards 48 and clipping I-72 once again. So we'll monitor that one as it moves off to the east. But we've got a handful of storms now to keep an eye out for. Also probably getting very windy out there in Decatur. Nothing crazy with that one, not seeing any sort of a rotation, but still a severe storm moving through town there at the moment. And as we were saying down here just east of Assumption, we're starting to see these little features that kind of tell us that things are in good shape down that way. So again, if you're in this polygon, you see your town, Dalton City, Bethany, Findlay, keep an eye out for this one and be in your tornado safe spot, because that area rotation right out here is going to be what we're kind of focused in on here a little bit. All up and down that line where you see those bright colors is where you need to pay attention to in general, but maybe just a feature that's kind of coming together a little bit more that way. And we've continuing to get that view from the storm tracker as well, as it looks like Jacob is kind of racing away from it using the rear view cam there to keep things in sight. So we'll continue to keep tabs on what he's seeing, as he's right there in the thick of things. across parts of northern Shelby County. So we'll keep an eye on his feed as well. I'm going to just quickly check over with the Decatur camera here just to see what things look like as we have another view of that. So I'll load that up here in my set, or we could bring it up. There we go. Now we got things brought up. So again, not anything tornado warned right there over Decatur, but still a storm with some strong winds, obviously some heavy rain, some sideways rain. Visibility is very low out that way. So just another thing that we are watching here as these storms continue to ramp up. I'm going to toss on my radar picture here again, and we'll see exactly where Jacob is at as he continues to follow his storm. And again, this thing's starting to kind of take that shape where we might see things really start to ramp up. And Jacob's in a pretty perfect spot right there. We're keeping track of his location. So he is kind of trying to stay out ahead of that thing as there's some strong winds with it. He wants to keep it in view, but he also doesn't want to have it go right over the top of him, because then after that, things are going to be pretty difficult to see what's going on. But he's getting himself positioned up there pretty good, and maybe has a pretty good view of what's going on there right now. So Jacob, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, hey, just wanted to let you know there's that little bitty circulation that's kind of showing up there between Mawikwa and Assumption on the east side of 51. That's that feature right there. You can kind of see on the left there that lighter color, but then the darker colors in the back. And that's where one of those circulations is popping up here. But then as I back it up a little bit, again, we're on the road that goes between Findlay and Assumption here. As I turn a little bit more, this is straight west from our location now. And we just got to watch along this whole line. And I'm most suspicious, I think, with this feature directly in front of me right now. That's kind of where the storm just to our south is surging out that Kevin was mentioning, that strong winds. I'll make another turn here and give you another view here. And so back in there is where maybe we're able to see some sort of rotation kind of develop. Now we're looking south and west and back to the south. That's the view straight south of us here. We're almost to Shelbyville in 128 here, a couple miles west of that. But to the south of us there, coming into Shelbyville, going to be some strong wind, Lakewood, Shelbyville, Cowden, Clarksburg. Going to be towards Fancher. That's going to be where that is heading. So kind of sitting in the middle of this spot here and not going to stay put any longer than I need to stay ahead of this as it's moving at a pretty quick pace. In the Storm Tracker, I'm Jacob Dicki. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you for that excellent report there on the ground with eyes on the storm. We'll bring things back over here to the Weather Center. Again, you can see his location right there. We've kind of got to your reflectivity still up there, but we kind of wanted to hone in on that spot he was talking about, that feature that he showed us. Right there, we're seeing that kind of center of rotation, and we will kind of move this velocity feature around, kind of explore up and down this line. Again, that is the main area of interest, but as we kind of move things down to the south, still some of those stronger winds, even up there just east of Mawikwa as well. Some of these features that we're just watching to see how they interact, maybe see which one kind of starts to take over here, and see if things can tighten up and kind of continue to strengthen with that storm that is racing through parts of northern Shelby County. Again, the main feature just right behind where Jacob is. That's why he's going to try to get into a good spot there to where he can stay out ahead of this, continue to keep the eyes on the ground, because if that thing kind of overcomes them, it's going to be very hard to see what's going on there with that storm. So we'll let him get in position there. But if you are just now tuning into our coverage again, we've hopped on television here. It is just about 6:30 here on this Sunday evening. We've got at least two different, still two different tornado warnings here in the area. One that is including parts of northeastern Shelby, out there in western Moultrie, and even far southeastern Macon counties. And we do have another one up here that's kind of buried in rain. It's hard to see this one. We'll keep an eye on that. Looks like maybe the main feature is just over Argenta right now. We'll kind of explore the velocity picture. Again, maybe not quite as put together as that thing, as that one storm down south is. But if we kind of just look up here a little bit, maybe just outside of Clinton, some stronger winds up there. So not quite seeing the same rotational features that we're seeing with that southern storm that is really catching our attention. I mean, you just look at this thing. This has got the shape. It's got some strong winds up and down, even outside of that tornado warned area. There's warnings out ahead of it. Let me check the warned maximum gusts on this thing. They still just have 60 miles an hour. So the standard severe level winds, but it is such a wide swath of those strong winds that it is impacting throughout pretty much all of Shelby County and a good portion of Fayette County there as well. So continuing to watch that main feature. Also, just kind of keeping tabs of the entire area, Kevin. Things are kind of progressing to kind of the halfway point geographically here in the area as we now hit 6:30 here tonight.
So we did just get a report of confirmed 70-mile-an-hour winds with this line as it came through west of Pana. So right about here. And that's literally right there at the apex, kind of where that bows out. So this did have 70, there was a 70-mile-an-hour wind report there west of Pana that I just read. So again, this thing has got some intense winds along it. Once again, what you're looking at here, and what you look for, I should say, is how this kind of goes out and bows in that direction there. And so the winds are pushing so much in this area here that you basically get a surge right along that bow as that storm moves off to the east, but it kind of bends it a little bit, and that's your intense winds that are associated with that line of storms. And then embedded within that is the concern for a tornado. And so we're looking at the storm here, and so here's where some of your rotation is going to be. And so we'll come in here and we'll zoom in a little bit more. And so you've got some rotation on this. Okay, so this is going to continue to move off here to the north and east, but again, embedded in all of that rain, this is where that rotation is, folks. And so you can see it right there, the rotation on the storm. This is going to continue to move to the northeast as we kind of back out this view again. And there it is. I'd be definitely watching things if you're over in the Bethany area right now and western portions of Moultrie County, as this line, not the whole thing has got 60-mile-an-hour winds with it, but then it's embedded in that where you may have that little spin up, quick little tornado there. And so we're watching Jacob's feed to kind of get an idea of what he is seeing. He's on that storm, but this whole line really intense in terms of the winds. We'll come back over here. We'll back things back out and show you the wider view, because we are still looking at our storm here with the tornado warning that is up here into eastern portions of Macon County. We're going to see what the Weather Service decides to do. Right now, it's just severe thunderstorm warning there. Monticello to Beeman if you're watching us there. But Argenta, you are under that tornado warning. We'll just kind of move this up here just a little bit more. See if we can see anything on velocity. Again, we're looking for any of those reds and greens. So maybe they're near Argenta as that kind of surges out just a little bit, possibly that. So Cisco, if you're watching here and anywhere along I-72, Cisco to Monticello, be paying attention, but this whole thing is going to have some really strong winds all along it. And we'll just kind of do a little bit of a radar tour here to kind of show you where the storm is going. So there's the Decatur Airport there on the east side of town. Mount Zion, you're about to get hit with some really strong winds. Okay, Dalton City, you're going to be next. Anywhere there along 128, okay? And this stretches southward. And there's Bethany, watching carefully. Findlay, you're under that tornado warning. Sirens going off. I was just kind of reading some of the comments here on our live stream, and a lot of people talking about how the sirens are going off in even Farmer City, they said. Sirens going off in Bethany right now. And so lots of people under tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings here with this intense line of storms that is moving off here to the east and doing so in a rapid fashion. And I know down the line there's some of you asking about, okay, what about Champaign and Mattoon and Charleston? We're going to be watching that area here. Douglas County, you'll be next. Here's Champaign up here. Here's I-57. All of this moving to the northeast, and as it heads in our direction here, you're going to see those storms continue to kind of take shape. So let's kind of get you this wider view so you can kind of see the path that this line is taking. And there it is. It's moving so fast, it's not going to take long before it is here into the I-57 corridor. But that is an intense line right there. These are going to be strong winds. I foresee several reports probably coming in of wind damage before too long. You're probably going to have power lines down. We'll have to start checking the power outage numbers here in a little bit. But that's kind of what we're looking at here, Seth, with this storm. Quite a bit of real estate impacted, quite a bit of our friends out there in other counties that are seeing these warnings here. And we're not done yet.
Yes, absolutely right, Kevin. Thank you for kind of keeping everyone in mind there. Want to go back to Jacob here in just a moment, kind of zooming in on where he is. Looks like he's right near this center of rotation. Looks like you're just west of Findlay. Is that correct, Jacob? Just kind of fill us in on where you're at and what you're seeing.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sitting on the west edge of Findlay here. Right up there is where that rotation is. I was kind of looking in my rearview mirror, and that's what's heading towards Bethany and Dalton City. It looked really interesting for a bit, but the issue I've got is that right here in front of me now, the rain is surging out very quickly, and that's a problem. And so now kind of backing up, looking due west here, and eventually we'll turn it back to the south and west. You're going to see how this storm is moving quickly, speeding up. This now is more to the south and west where that's surging out, and you can see the base of the Findlay Water Tower there as we look south towards Shelbyville. Likely some strong winds coming in there. Watching another little spot trying to spit up maybe near Clarksburg, and we'll keep an eye on that, but we're going to have to move quickly to the east to stay ahead of this. It is picking up speed here and going to bring some wind eventually towards the I-57 corridor. Live in Findlay, I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Jacob, for the report. We'll continue to see what you're seeing there on the ground as that storm continues to march off to the east. Kind of a unique double-panel view of things here. If we want to come back to the Weather Center, we've got the reflectivity on one side, we've got the velocity on the other. And like Jacob said, kind of the rain jumping out in front of this stuff. There's a little bitty red square you can see right here on this side of the screen and another red square on that side of the screen. That's the exact same point, so we're able to see the same spot there in both the main radar picture and velocity. So you can see the rain kind of jumping out ahead of some of those winds. Again, he's watching that feature just to the north and west of Findlay. And if we continue to move things off here to the east, we're going to have to watch out for places like Sullivan, maybe out there towards Bethany at some point in time as well, as that center of where the rotation is continues to move out there to the north and east, eventually covering into parts of Moultrie County. It looks like our newest scan maybe tightening things up just a little bit just west of Bethany. It looks like maybe there's a feature kind of coming together just a little bit there to the north and west. You can kind of see things are still a little clear that way. So again, several different features to kind of watch up and down this line. We'll see if some of these notches can kind of come together and tighten up here as this line marches off now soon into parts of Moultrie County. So we'll go back to our standard radar view here and just kind of take inventory once again of everything that's going on in the area. We've got storms in our northern counties. We've got storms in our southern counties, and everything is filled in between. Looks like our warnings don't include any of our far northern counties or southern counties, but we've got plenty of action tucked there in between, and we'll see kind of how things play out here. But yeah, that southern segment of this storm, you can just see the line, the winds racing out ahead, and they've even got a pretty large severe thunderstorm warning that is now including the western half of Cumberland County, the western half of Coles County, the western half of Douglas County, despite the fact that this storm is still a good 20 miles away from some of those, the leading edge there of that main segment of storms. So some strong winds. That's what this warning out ahead of things has been issued for. Also got that tornado possible tag on it. Still just warning it for 60-mile-an-hour winds, but they've got that 55-mile-an-hour eastward motion to them. So these things are racing. I'm going to go ahead and punch up a little tool here, or a little storm squall, and just drag things off to the east. This continues to move at the 55-mile-an-hour pace that it is at the moment. This line of storms, again, eventually impacting Sullivan here in the next 8 minutes. Out there closer to Neoga, closer to the 7 o'clock hour, and looking pretty far down the line. Humboldt after 7 o'clock, and eventually Hinesboro there, quarter after 7. So we're still talking maybe 30 or 45 minutes out ahead of this storm, but they're warning it way out in advance because these winds are just starting to arc out that direction. And even if there's not going to be any rotation, there's going to be just some strong winds that could cause some damage there up and down that line. So that is certainly the dominant feature here of this this line of storms. And this was kind of the thing we had been advertising most of the day, these strong bowling line segments, yes, with some rotation embedded within them at times, but it's these widespread winds that are going to affect everybody here on a widespread scale. So that'll certainly be something to monitor, as we've got, again, probably 5 or 6 counties included in just one warning there. So a very big warning out that way. I don't know if we've mentioned it here on TV just yet, but once this main line moves through, you look to be in good shape here on the west side of this stuff. Just kind of some light rain. That main leading edge is about the only thing that's going to really bring some impacts to the area. Granted, there are going to be some pretty big ones, but once you kind of take that punch as it rolls through, doesn't look like there's anything to be offered once this is all said and done. So that's kind of the setup with everything here, the specifics of the entire setup itself. And that's what we're looking at here as we inch closer to quarter till 7 o'clock here on this Sunday night. I'm going to go ahead and send things over to Kevin now. Kevin, kind of what are you thinking with what we're seeing out here?
I will say that the rotation on that storm west of Bethany is interesting when we look at it on radar. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to take you down in here, right down into the storm. And so basically what we look for are some of those reds and greens next to one another. And I'm actually seeing a little bit more of a clear area where that actually could be. So let's come in here and let's zoom in just a little bit more. Okay, and we're going to take the radar here and just kind of pan it around a little bit. And so the area of concern here with our tornado warning continues right here into portions of Moultrie County. So there's Sullivan. If you're kind of down the line there in the Sullivan area, and again, I'm just kind of taking a look at some reports of this here. But Bethany, that storm on top of you, Lovington. In the Lovington area, you need to be taking shelter if you are there in Lovington, because it does look like some of that rotation is going to be there just to your kind of south and west. Okay, so there's Bethany right here. And again, when we switch things over to the velocity, we look for these reds and greens next to one another, and it's right about there. Okay, that's your rotation, okay, on the storm, where those reds and greens are just right there next to one another. This is it, okay, folks? So if you're in Lovington, there's Lake City here. We'll see what they continue to do as this goes a little bit more to the north and east, but it is in this area here and near Bethany where that leading edge is and where you might have just a little bit of that rotation right there. So Lake City, Bethany, you're getting the heavy rainfall now, probably quite a bit of lightning and those gusty winds, but so far they've not carried that warning back off to the northeast just yet. So we'll see. So this would then eventually include, so this is Douglas. Here's Champaign County now, folks, and look at all the warnings here that are stretching out here into Douglas and Coles County, Cumberland County, all along this I-57 corridor. This thing's surging, and we talked about it earlier. What is this thing doing? You can kind of see it. Bowing out. Okay, strong winds pushing in here. 60, 70 mile an hour winds, not out of the question, but that is the concern that we've got with that area. And then again, anywhere along this, also, you could have those embedded circulations, and we're still seeing some of that, which is why they've continued the tornado warning that is in effect here. We're watching it. As I mentioned, right there, you can kind of see it. See how those reds and those greens are kind of a little bit closer to one another right there west of Lovington. That's where we've got that potential for a tornado. It's east of Dalton City, but lifting to the northeast. We'll have to see what they decide to do in terms of carrying this warning further or just keeping it as a severe thunderstorm warning, but it would be extremely difficult to see. And there again, there it is, new tornado warning. Just pop it up. Let me kind of back things out. Let's get the wide view. Back things out. So now we've got Champaign County, southwest corner of Champaign County here, folks. Tornado sirens, weather radios, weather apps, all probably starting to go off. So this is kind of show you who all is under this new warning. Southeastern Piatt County here. There's Hammond, there's Atwood, kind of clips Arthur, Tuscola, and again, southwestern portions of Champaign County because of that rotational feature that is showing up there on radar. So now we've got tornado warnings, Champaign County. You've got southeastern Piatt County here. The rest of Moultrie County now kind of coming into the northwest portion of Douglas County. So intense line of storms, lots of people now under tornado warnings at this time. And so when we kind of look at this here, so you can kind of see again here into Champaign County, who is under. You've got Sedoris and Ivesdale here. It's not quite the Tolono and Posodum yet, but you've got Ivesdale, Sedoris. You're way down the line with this. But other areas here that are under the tornado warning, as you can see, you've got Atwood stretching down to Hammond. You've got US 36 there. Here's Lake City. Lovington, this whole area here is where, and again, the velocity signature that was with this was looking pretty good on that last scan of some of those reds and greens. So there it is now, okay? Going to be between Lake City and Lovington is where we've got some of that rotation occurring. So getting your tornado safe spot, Hammond, Atwood, anywhere between Lovington, northeastward to US 36. Tornado safe spot there as this storm continues to show its intensification with some of the rotation on it. Again, I'm sure tornado sirens are going off in a lot of areas. You're going to have extremely heavy rainfall, maybe some hail where some of that pink is, and then you've got the 60-mile-an-hour winds, and then embedded in there potentially could be a tornado that would be embedded in rain, heavy rain. You're not going to see that perfect funnel, a lot of times with this kind of a setup, but you are going to get a really strong storm here. And again, now the tornado sirens and weather radios are going off all across the area here into portions of Moultrie, Piatt, southwestern Champaign, northwestern Douglas, and just look at this, how intense this line is and how this kind of curves out here. Strong winds are here. These are your 60, 70-mile-an-hour winds. And then here is where we've got that potential for that tornado. So here's what we'll do here. I know we've got Jacob that's in the storm tracker. Seth is in here with us at 6:40, about to be 6:47 p.m. Thanks for joining us here as we bring in live coverage of tornado-warned storms, where a lot of our counties are under those warnings at this time. And I'll just do one more thing here before I toss it back over to Seth. I just want to show you all of the counties that are currently under either a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning. And so they stretch here from Cumberland, Shelby, Moultrie, western portions of Coles, Douglas, eastern Macon, Piatt, DeWitt, McLean, and then the one tornado warning now with our cell coming out of Moultrie County and going to start to clip there into portions of southeastern Piatt, Champaign, and watching into northwestern Douglas County. Seth, things are ramping up here with this, so we're going to have to definitely monitor this closely. You've got a time of arrival for some cities out there.
Yep, that's right, Kevin. As you kind of noted there with that storm, the rotation's really tightened up. This polygon's a lot more narrow, a little higher confidence in where exactly that core is heading, so we've kind of timed things out. This thing's moving faster than highway speeds. This is moving northeast at 60 miles an hour, so even well down the line, this thing is going to get there soon. Right over the top of Lovington right now. It's 6:48 here right now. Hammond just 5 minutes away. Again, being your tornado safe spot downstream of this thing. And then eventually Ivesdale just a little past 7 o'clock, so about 15 or 20 minutes from now. And then as far out there as Sedoris here within the next half hour. So even though Champaign County well north and east of where the storm is at, this thing is covering some ground very quickly, especially now that's starting to surge out a little bit. So those places in line here of this warning need to keep an eye out for where this is heading. And like I said just a moment ago, we kind of zoom in on where exactly that rotation is. Again, just kind of north and east of Lovington now. And you can see how things have maybe shaped up here just a little bit within the last 10 minutes or so, as it's kind of come a lot more organized into one little spot there. And that's exactly why, again, that polygon a little more narrow, a little higher confidence in where the highest threat within that storm is currently at right now. So watching out for that as it starts to move to the north and east, eventually up there towards parts of Piatt County and eventually Douglas and Champaign County as well. So we're keeping eyes on that storm, and keeping eyes on the storms farther to the south is meteorologist Jacob Dicki. Jacob, looks like you got a pretty good view of a storm right now. Again, remind folks where you're at and tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, so out between Allenville and Gaze in southern Moultrie County. Of course, you guys are watching that Lovington storm that's moving north and east. I still think that something right in this area is prone to potentially spin up before long, and that would be just south of that polygon, so we'll watch and see. But I've got that surge. You can see where it bows out and then cuts back in there. Kind of has that same look it did earlier with that storm, and we're probably going to be just watching little segments bow out here and there and keep an eye on things. Starting to hit darkness as well. That's not our friend, but we're going to keep an eye on this. I think the plan is I'm going to get to 57 and then start to make my way north and let it cross over me there and get a sample of what the winds are. And still going to keep an eye as well further to the south and west. Got a little feature that I'm interested in southeast of Vandalia, so we don't want to leave our Effingham County friends out, but just watch this whole line. You're going to get some wind, and then a few of us getting this tornado threat here, so we'll keep you updated. In fact, if you look here, I can see the rain curtains already catching up to me. Hard to keep ahead of this, but we're doing our best, and we'll have another report soon. In the Storm Tracker in southern Moultrie County, I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you very much again for that report and doing a very good job of staying out ahead of that. Again, he said between out there towards Allenville and Gaze, you can see that's right close to where that rotation is, or kind of another little bulge in this line is here. That's where Jacob's at, continuing to keep a really sharp eye out here for this tightening rotation just north and east of Lovington. Again, Hammond, Atwood, those kind of places need to be in your tornado safe spot right now because this thing looks like it is continuing to tighten up as it moves out there to the north and east. Also, just taking a quick check down south with some of our southern counties out there closer to southern Shelby, Cumberland County, Effingham County as well. Seeing those strong winds. Again, this is kind of setting up just like all the other ones have. You see this line of winds, you see things start to arc out ahead of the rest of it, and you have to watch out for some sort of rotation continuing to tighten there as these storms progress here off to the east. But the main feature continues to be that one that is now moving into parts of northeastern Moultrie County, eventually heading up here to the 4-county line between Piatt, Moultrie, Douglas, and Champaign County. Again, watching this one very, very closely as this probably looks like one of the better features we've had so far tonight, and things ramping up here very quickly. If you are in Hammond right now, that rotation probably right on top of you right now. The velocity picture is just a little bit behind, so you need to be hunkered down right now, away from some of those windows. Things could get very windy here in a very quick period of time, so just hunker down. Storm is moving fast. Hopefully it blows over without too much happening, but for the people downstream of this thing, that's not good to hear it's moving fast. That means you have less time to get ready, so make sure you are making the proper steps right now to stay out ahead of that thing. And right now, it looks like we just have, let's see, some colors getting mixed. So we do have 3 total warnings across the area, kind of just covering up and down that line. A lot of real estate being covered here. We've got strong winds, maybe close to 70 miles an hour in some places, but also the most intriguing feature, kind of 2 different features. I'd still say the best one is up there, out there closer to Hammond, but just east of Sullivan, looking like things are getting a little interesting that way as well. So our risk is kind of just in one, or our main risk, I should say, is just kind of right here, getting ready to head towards 57. And you know what, Kevin, on a Sunday night, maybe people heading back from plans that they had during the weekend. Hopefully no one's out there traveling because this thing's racing off there towards, like we said, Douglas and Champaign County, eventually I-57, and it's starting to get pretty dark out here, so it's going to be hard to keep an eye on things.
Yeah, definitely people, maybe they were, up in Chicago this weekend. They're coming back on I-57 here. I'll tell you, travel along 57 is not going to be fun here over the next, hour or so as this line kind of moves in. But I want to go back to that storm that definitely has had really good indicators of a possible tornado in here. And so let's bring it back in, and what we look at are those reds and those greens. And basically, these are talking about, and let me kind of explain about what these kind of colors represent. You've got the red color, okay, so the Doppler radar is over here. So the red color shows the winds going away from the radar, and the green towards the radar. Okay, and so what happens is you get this rotation, and that's showing up right there as you're starting to see those reds and greens a little closer to one another, and it's right near Hammond. If you are near Hammond, that thing's pretty much on top of you, and actually probably starting to move to the east of you. I hope we don't start to hear of any reports of damage, but that has looked as good as it's looked this entire time. So where's this going kind of next? So this right here, there's Hammond, so crossed over 36. Ivesdale, okay, if you live there, kind of Ivesdale and points to the southeast, if this would continue on its track here, you're going to come into southwestern portions of Champaign County where that tornado warning is still in effect. So what we'll do here, we'll just kind of, we're going to take this where we've got some of that rotation right there, and I believe that the speed of this was more of around that 35, maybe 40 mile an hour movement just on this. So let's kind of take this out. Okay, new tornado warning here, and I'm just going to kind of finish this out so we can kind of see what time some of these areas could be impacted. Tuscola, 704, Tolono, 709. That's with this tornado warning, but we've got a brand new one that just came out. So let me clear this off, and we'll come back. And this is going to be on the one that Jacob was kind of talking about that he was watching, okay? And so this new warning now includes Douglas County here, the northwestern portions of Coles County. And so now we've got 2 areas, and you can kind of see both of them here. We talked about this northern one. Let's come back down here just a little bit and notice where some of these reds and these greens right here are starting to come together a little bit more. So Arthur, there's Bourbon, Cooks Mills. So we're talking about extreme eastern portions here of Moultrie County. Jacob is on that storm here right now and trying to give us a view here. We'll check in with him here in just a second as he is kind of positioning. But if you are anywhere here over into now southwestern portions of Douglas County, okay, this is the area of concern. There's Chesterville there, Bourbon, Arthur, you're kind of on the edge. So we've got two areas now that we're watching for tornadic circulations. One right here, okay, and another one just north of that. So there could be two different tornadoes happening right now. One right there on 36 there, northeast of Hammond. And here's our other one now. It's going to be coming into southwestern portions of Douglas County. Okay, this one to the east, north and east. The one just to the north of that, also moving up here to the north and east. So down the line, Posodum, be paying attention as this comes into southwestern Champaign County. But right now, this is going to come right along the Douglas County line and into Champaign County for this one, and then more down here into kind of northwestern portions of Coles County, as that is almost like on the corner now, where some of that rotation is right on the corner of Moultrie, Douglas, and Coles County, if you're familiar with that. And then we're still watching our storm that is up here that also has some of the rotation. So there's two areas of concern that we are looking at. So now you're talking about, here near Atwood, watching the Atwood area for this northern one. And then you just start going off here to the north and to the east, coming into Douglas County. So, boy, there's just a lot going on. I just want to show you the wide view of, so you can kind of see everything.
Got a new warning up in northern Champaign County now, too. So a third tornado warning.
Third tornado warning now. Okay. All right. Thank you, Seth. And so, yeah, as we back it out. So now we've got a third one. This is going to be, let's come in here. This is going to include Mahomet, okay? Mahomet to Fisher. Eastern portions there of Piatt County. Let's see what we can see here. And so, yeah, there's a little guy right there. You see right there, okay? That is going to continue to go to the northeast. And so that's going to come possibly just west of Mahomet. And you're talking Mansfield there. And along I-74, here's Mansfield. If you're in Mansfield, get in your tornado safe spot right now. Here's your rotation with this new tornado warning. Includes Mahomet. There's Mansfield, I-74. And this is where some of that rotation is starting to show up and where we could have a tornado here. Once again, you're not going to be able to see this. The tornado will be embedded in that heavy rainfall. It's in the middle of it. So you see this color here, the reds, that's your heavy, heavy rain. When we switch it to velocity, you're going to watch where some of that rotation is right in the middle of that heavy rainfall. So you're not going to be able to see a whole lot. I'm sure sirens are probably going off now in Mansfield, in Mahomet. This does also include Fisher, like I said, as it will cross over 74, eventually 47, 136. This area here now, northwestern Champaign County. We're going to be kind of watching our weather cameras here to give us a perspective of what we're seeing. So we've got three areas here, folks. There's a lot happening rapidly, kind of happening in the last 20 minutes. Tornado warning here into eastern Piatt, northwestern Champaign. Tornado warnings down here now, including Douglas County and northwestern portions of Coles County. This Boeing segment out here. Strong damaging winds embedded along this line. Little tornadoes. And boy, you're starting to see even more of it when these reds and greens start to get a little bit closer to one another. We're just going to try to take you one by one on this here. Chesterville, Arthur, Bourbon, tornado safe spot. Got to be crossing over 133 here in the next few minutes. Okay, that's our one area of rotation that we're seeing. Tornado warning there. Chesterville, Bourbon. We're watching Tuscola here. Here's the other one that we're getting. So this one's going to be right here on the Douglas, Champaign County line, the southwest corner of Champaign County, north of Atwood, where some of that rotation is. if you're in southwest Champaign County, get in your tornado safe spot. There are multiple areas now under tornado warnings, and just so we can kind of see all of those county areas, because I want you to be able to see all of the areas that are under. So anywhere that's going to be in these red boxes, these are your tornado warnings. So we've got 3 of them here, okay? And so we're talking about, if you are watching us right now, in northwestern Champaign County, eastern Piatt County, if you are here basically coming into southwest Champaign County, so there are 2 parts of Champaign County, the corner southwest and the corner kind of coming here on the west and northwest side, and then the additional one that comes in down here into portions of Douglas and Coles County. So there is just a ton going on. We are having to monitor each one of these. This thing is looking intense. This line here, this is really strong in terms of also just the damaging straight line winds. I have a feeling we're going to start to hear about more wind damage reports. We'll have to start checking maybe some of the power outages and whatnot. Jacob looks like he's there on I-57, and you guys just let me know if he's able to kind of chime in on his location where he's at. There he is right there. Jacob, where are you at right now? What are you seeing? We've got 3 areas that are under tornado warnings right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, we've
yeah. Hey, Kevin,
lost his
can you hear me
audio
now?
there. Oh, go ahead, Jacob. I lost your audio for a second, but I think you're back. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Kevin, we just got on the interstate heading north from the Industrial Expressway exit there in the north side of Mattoon. Humboldt is almost to my left right now. It's to my about 10 o'clock here. And so we're going to get to Arcola and stop there and watch this blow on through probably, and then start to come in from behind here as we continue to move north. It's just now passing Humboldt now. There it is. So definitely very interesting to see this. I have a suspicion that some of these semis also on the interstate are going to face some stiff crosswinds going east-west ahead of the storms. That south wind was really impressive, and we still actually have a bit of an east component where I am, so the winds are backing into this, which I think keeps that tornado potential going to the east of I-57. So we'll evaluate things here, give you another update as we get to Arcola. It looks like we're about 6-7 minutes away from that. Live in the Storm Tracker, I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
All right, so thanks, Jacob. Just reading some stuff from the service here, and when this storm came through Hammond, on the storm down there, they did get a possible report that there actually was a tornado that did occur near the Hammond area. Working to get some more information about that. But let's kind of take you back in here, show you the 3 areas that we're watching. If you're watching here in Arcola, Tuscola, listen, take shelter. Atwood right now. Again, we're trying to see this because normally you would see, maybe that hook echo, right? That's what we had with the Kankakee tornado. It was a hook. You see exactly where the tornado is. And here we have to look at the velocity. That's why we're showing a lot of this red and green. The red and greens, these show the winds within the storm. And so we've got an area here. If you are basically in Arcola right now, definitely concerned for you guys. And then here's the one again. So there's Hammond. This is where they have that tornado report, and it's moved off to the northeast. And so you've got this right here now coming into the southwest corner. And you can see just updating the southwest corner of Champaign County. So we're right on the Champaign and Douglas County line. This is where the rotation is. And so we can look at some of those roads there. County Road 250 East. You've got, 1450 there. And so that's going to be basically on the most southern portion of Champaign County. We'll back it out. So there's that area there. Here's Ivesdale. There's Sodorus. Okay, Sodorus, be on the lookout here. This thing going to be kind of going here to the north and east. Okay, let's take you back up here to our Mahomet storm, northwest Champaign County. So here's our other one. Let me just move the radar up. So again, probably crossing over I-74 between Mansfield and Mahomet. Just go where that the sirens are going off in Mahomet from the storm. And listen, this thing is intense. You're also going to get some really strong winds. But embedded in this, between Mansfield and Mahomet, there could be a tornado. And it would be right there along I-74 right now. Coming to the west side of Mahomet, the winds are going to start to pick up, and you're going to get that heavy rainfall. And so if you're anywhere here along 47 up towards Fisher, I'd be looking out for you next. Now, I will say this. When I look at this one, I'm not seeing as many of those reds and greens, but there are still some really strong winds within this. And you're getting some of those brighter colors that are happening here. So we're monitoring things here, Seth. We've got a lot of areas that we're trying to let people know about. But if you are in Mahomet, if you're in Fisher, Mansfield, taking shelter down there into the southwest corner of Champaign County as well, Sedoris area, sheltering. You should be doing that, and sirens going off there into probably Tuscola, Arcola as well. So we're watching this. We're trying to give you the very latest here. Seth, what are you seeing over there where you are?
Yeah, pretty much just touching up on the same things as you, Kevin. These notches are starting to become a lot more defined. The concern level is continuing to ramp up for all throughout Douglas County. Right over the top of Arcola right now, looks like you might have kind of the southern end of some of that rotation. Eventually heading into Tuscola could be right exactly where that notch is heading. And this one just east of Ivesdale, it continues to ramp up as well. And this one's going to race kind of straight to the north and east. So this could eventually be right out there close to Pasodum, right there towards Tolono as well. We've got our cameras pointing that direction. We've got the Memorial Stadium camera looking there southwest. We might be able to get a view of that thing if it kind of starts to move through the south end of Champaign County. So lots to watch here. That is our studio camera looking out there to the north and west towards that storm out there closer to Mahomet. So lots to keep an eye out for. They're getting closer to some of our sky cams, so we'll see if we can get anything on them. Getting to that point in the night where we're going to need maybe a little lightning to see what's going on. And we can see what's going on right now by just, let's pull up Jacob's camera here real quick. I have no idea if he can hear us with all that rain, but he's on the interstate right now, and visibility looks like it just got slashed. He is taking the brunt of that storm. Jacob, if you're safely able to, just kind of walk us through what's happening to you out there.
Yeah, hey Seth, we're on the south edge of that circulation and just crossing the Douglas County line now. And these semis have been getting shoved into the, off to the right here from the strong wind that's crossed. So we're kind of continuing to move. Just going to be about 1.5 miles south of the Arcola exit. And we'll probably continue north to see how things are going. Definitely a lot of wind here, probably getting those gusts easily over 60 miles an hour. But traffic slowing down a little bit as well here. So we'll keep you updated. And as we move into Douglas County now, it seems like Douglas and Champaign County are kind of the trouble spots at this point forward. So live in the storm tracker, just south of Arcola, I'm Jacob Dicki. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Jacob, for that report, and definitely stay safe out there. Things getting a little tough to drive in, absolutely. And that's why we kind of tell people as these storms approach these busy roadways, it gets difficult real quick. So hopefully anyone who was out there was able to get off there at an exit at some point, was able to stay out of that, because that is hard to keep up with, even when you can kind of go at your own pace. Interstate can be a little different sometimes with the flow of traffic staying the way it is. Look at just all these different pockets of rotation again. Right there southwest of Tuscola. Get ready right now in Tuscola for that area rotation to move right overhead. At the very least, some really strong winds about to surge through there. And this feature just over the top of Sedoris right now continues to just look strong at the very least. 65, 70 mile an hour winds getting ready to surge through there. Heading right there towards Tolono. Going to eventually come up here close to the south end of Champaign. So we really need to watch out for that as things are just kind of congealing here over the course of both Champaign and Douglas County. That's where the main action is. There's still storm activity everywhere else, including warnings for strong winds all up and down. So a place like Mattoon probably getting hit by strong winds right now. A place like Effingham probably getting hit by strong winds right now as well. So everybody up and down the I-57 corridor are starting to feel at least some sort of storm effects. But our concern in particular is on these tornado-warned storms, just because of some of these interesting features here where these notches are starting to become a little more visible. And I mean, keeping an eye on a separate computer over here just to see if we're having any of those kind of tornado debris signatures that we kind of look for. Haven't really seen anything like that here yet, which is good. That means that radar at least is not picking up any sort of damage that it can detect there that's being lofted. So definitely good to see that. Jacob, you got something going on. Tell us what it is.
Yeah, hey Seth, I just want to let folks know here, if you're ever driving on interstate, this is exactly what you do not want to do real quick. Just a safety message. Parking under overpasses is a dangerous thing to do. That car is actually sitting somewhat in the lane of traffic there. So if you're out and about, get to the nearest exit. Take that time to get to the nearest exit, or pull all the way off the side of the road. Wind will actually accelerate underneath those overpasses. So I just came across that. I've seen several vehicles doing that here. So if you're ever driving, again, overpasses, a no-go place to shelter when those storms are coming. Seth, back to you.
All right, yep, great safety tip there, Jacob, just because when visibility's low, too, you're not going to see a car that's sitting still, and you never know what could happen if you're still going 50 miles an hour and there's a car parked in one of the lanes under that overpass. Do have a new tornado warning that now includes parts of Ford County, right near Gibson City. Looks like a strong pocket of wind, kind of just north of Foosland right now, getting ready to head up there to the north. So Gibson City area we're watching. We got that sky cam pulled up in the background looking to the south and west as well. So we're keeping an eye out for that. But I count now 4 tornado warnings in the area, all kind of up and down that I-57 area. A lot to keep track of right now. We've got what's going on here with Jacob. We've got the storms that we're watching up here in northern Champaign, southern Ford County, and those ones down there closer to Douglas and Champaign County as well. Kevin, we're about to, right here where we are here at the studio in Champaign, about to feel some of the wrath here of some of these storms. Just so much activity out there. 4 tornado warnings.
Yeah, I'm going to let you manipulate some of the cameras there, and and we'll check some of those out here. But and let me just bring things back here to our home view. That's going to be able to kind of show us all of the storms here, okay? And I will say this, so this new one, I want to just kind of analyze this new one up here. This is the one that would have, kind of came there between Mansfield and Mahomet. It's now actually showing some of the rotation kind of showing up right here on the corner of basically McLean, Ford, and northwestern Champaign County is where that rotation is. So there's Gibson City, and it's literally right there. So that's going to be near Foosland. It's going to be coming probably just south of Gibson City. It'll be close. Here's 47, but this is the new tornado warning that has come out here with our storm. Rotation is near Foosland right now. If you're in Elliott, Gibson City, you need to be taking shelter. We're still watching, kind of down here, Fisher, Mahomet. I'm not seeing, much in the way of any particular areas of specific rotation on that. I'm going to take you back down because we've got so many areas we're trying to watch here. Pasodum now, I have a feeling that those winds are really starting to pick up there in Pasodum, right on top of you is possibly where some of that rotation is. And then as we go a little bit more to the south of that, and so here's the new warning that now includes the rest of Champaign County. So now you're going to have sirens going off in Philo, Homer, St. Joe, Royal, Broadlands area. New tornado warning now in effect. So we have got a good chunk of Champaign County here under tornado warnings for this line here as it moves off to the north and east. And so you've got the one that's there north of Fisher, and now all the way to Ogden, and now into Vermilion County this morning. It is a messy situation here with these areas of rotation, but the whole line, this whole line has got the potential for those damaging straight line winds, but also what we try to look for, some of those reds and greens, some of those colors there. So what we'll do here, let's just kind of go one by one and try to pinpoint the area of rotation on all of these. And so maybe something near Tuscola, nothing really, extremely kind of standing out to me. So we've got that. I know that all the polygons are starting to kind of sit on top of each other. I'm sure going to be kind of cleaning that up here soon. But if you're in Pasodum, Tolono, taking shelter, Philo, take shelter, go to your tornado safe spot, as that could be some areas of rotation. That's going to cross over 57, or it already crossed kind of 57, crossing over 45. So it's right there where those curves are, on the interstate where we often get accidents there. And so that's pretty much where that rotation is, where the rest area is located. That's where rotation is on that storm. And then let's come back up here as I just kind of look towards, listen, I bet you there's some strong winds starting to come into West Champaign County right now too. We're seeing that as we go north, not seeing maybe the rotation there in Fisher and Dewey, but this right here, this is going to be north of Foosland. That's going to be an area there. Boy, I think am I hearing the wind outside here? Okay, and some thunder there. So the winds are probably picking up here in Champaign. So I'll just kind of bring us back down here also into Champaign County. There's Fisher, and there is the tornado warning here that is in effect. Okay, does not include Champaign. Champaign, you are not in the tornado warning. You're into that severe thunderstorm warning, but those strong winds just coming into Champaign right now. Now, south and east of that, we've definitely got the stronger winds. Then, if we can just bring me back full here, guys. There we go. I want to show you because they've kind of cleaned up some of the polygons here, but we have a large tornado warning that is eastern portions of Champaign. Boy, I can hear the. Can we take maybe do we have our Neal Street camera at all? Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, let's take that. Seth, I'll let you kind of talk about it. Go ahead and take that fold and let Seth talk about that because you can see the sheets of rain.
Yes, this is just right outside the studio right now. I mean, we're just seeing the rain coming in sideways, can barely see stuff. Traffic definitely slowing down. Like you said, you can just see the individual sheets of rain blowing around in the wind. We're hearing that right over our heads here right now, right in downtown Champaign, or heading that direction. So intense rain. Things are just kind of coming down at a pretty good clip. Also, let me toss in here the Memorial Stadium camera. We've got that pointed closer to State Farm Center. So let me pull that up here real briefly. Kind of been keeping an eye on that as well. So we'll load that up. Again, that's kind of where the rotation is out there. The only thing I have to help me see what's going on is some occasional lightning. So that's what we're kind of looking out for that direction, for that main area rotation that is now right between Tolono and Savoy. So we're trying our best to see things, but it's nighttime now. We've lost the light of the day. We can't see things without that lightning. And even if it was in the middle of the day, there's still plenty of rain between us and there. And you can just see visibility has plummeted completely. So that is what it's like underneath these storms, these very strong, powerful storms. And things are just getting started here right in Champaign. And we can just hear the rain just coming down in sheets again on the roof. So very strong winds getting ready to move on through. We'll continue to keep an eye out here on some of these cameras. And I'll try to feed in a back to Neal Street. Yep. Yeah. So let's pull it back up here. Just look at that. It's like coming down in waves.
Go take that full. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and take the, there we go. So just, I mean, look at the way that's coming in. And, you know, it's hard enough to drive in town like that. And if you're out there on one of the main highways coming into town, or out there on I-57, it's just so hard to see what's going on. The strong winds marching right through Neal Street there, looking towards the intersection of Neal and Green just outside our studio. Got some pretty powerful lightning right here through town. So this is what it looks like inside these storms. These things are, you need to be staying inside for these. And thank goodness that there's not a whole lot of students here right now. I believe spring break just started here at the tail end of last week, so you know they'd probably want to be out here before the night is too late here on the Sunday. So hopefully everyone's indoors, but this thing is rocking Champaign right now, and pretty much rocking all of Champaign County at this point, Kevin.
Yeah, it is coming down. I mean, we can hear it. I mean, we're in the studio here, and I can hear the wind. Okay, got a report. Our own Jennifer Roscoe said that she's actually hearing the sirens go off in southwest Champaign, which would be, yeah, it's close. It's really close there. Boy, the winds outside here, again, we're tracking a ton here, but these winds that just came through Champaign, I mean, there was no way that they weren't, you know, some 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll see what they register there. But these are really strong winds on the leading edge of this entire line, okay? And then you got Douglas County, here's the Bradlands area. St. Joe, you're next. We're looking for signs of rotation on any of this. Let's come back up to our Gibson City storm. So I just want to see what it's showing in terms of rotation on it. And bear with me as we just kind of update. So that's going to be just south of Gibson City. I mean, just barely. But rotation there, Proctor, 47, just barely south of town is where the rotation would be with that. Okay? We look at the reflectivity on that. So it's going to be embedded in some of the rain. Let's bring you back down here to the south and into Champaign County. Listen, Champaign, you guys we're getting hit hard here. Thomasboro, Rantoul, you're going to be next. Really coming down, heavy rainfall. I'd like to check, Seth, here in just a bit, I'm going to have you maybe, are there any power outage reports? Let's start looking at power outage numbers here, see if anything is going to be coming up. So we'll let you kind of take a look at that as we look at these winds and just kind of tell you, Sydney, you're next, St. Joe, Royal, tornado warning continues here. I know a lot of people are going, okay, where's the tornado at? They're difficult to see. They're going to be kind of embedded here in the rain, and on radar, they're kind of small areas that we have to look for to see that rotation. And you know, you've got something there that's maybe east of the airport, and so you got Philo here. If you're in Philo or Sydney, St. Joe, I would take shelter as we just kind of monitor this area. I'm just going to switch it back to reflectivity. So again, if we would get something, it's completely just covered with that heavy rainfall, shrouded in that heavy rainfall. So there's Champaign, the worst of the winds coming through probably Urbana right now. They're going to be going off here to the east, okay? I-74 between Urbana and Champaign, that is going to be an area to watch. But again, as we look at the velocity, this is also showing those stronger winds that are coming into town right now. Let's come back down here where our tornado warning is. So there's Philo. As I mentioned, Philo and Sydney, some really strong winds. I'll be curious if Willard Airport had any registered winds that came in. When that came through, there's Pasodum, and you could hear the thunder there or not, but probably.
Wow. That was a bolt of lightning probably a mile away. I just saw that on the camera before we brought it up. That was probably just a couple blocks away from the station. That was pretty wild. We've got the 4 different cameras. That was the top left camera looking just outside our studio to the northwest. That was a big, strong bolt of lightning, probably out there closer to the interstates. And you saw that one closer to, oh man, yeah, just lighting up the screen here. So big booming thunder here with some of these storms as well. And we've got these cameras positioned in the places of interest right here in Champaign, just outside of Gibson City, and line about to move through Charleston as well. So just electric stuff, strong winds, just everything you could imagine right now, Kevin.
Yeah, you've got people calling, saying sirens going off in Savoy, sirens going off in Oakwood. No surprise there as our tornado warnings continue. Let me just let's reset things a little bit. Again, we've got this squall line that has got just a ton of, circulations possible there that it's kind of tapping into. This is the big line. I just want to tell our folks that are watching in areas here to the west, the storms, once this line passes through, you're done. The severe weather threat is done. So Piatt County, all clear. Moultrie, Shelby, Macon, DeWitt, McLean, Christian, Sangamon County, Logan County, Morgan, you guys are all in the clear. Everything of concern is along this I-57 corridor right now, okay? This is the concern, is basically Champaign, it'll be Vermilion, Ford, Iroquois, still Douglas, Coles, Cumberland, Effingham, eventually Edgar County as well. That everything to the west of that, you're done. No more severe weather. The warnings will be done for you. It's about to get a lot colder out there. But what we've got right now, a Boeing segment here with embedded circulations along it. If you're in Newman, if you're in Oakland, you definitely need to be battening down the hatches, taking shelter there. The Broadlands area, the storm now east of Tolono. More of that thunder. Okay, a lot of lightning here. St. Joe, you're under that tornado warning. Sirens probably going off over there. Again, we try to look and try to find where maybe some of that rotation would be, and so maybe there's something there. That's going to be southwest of St. Joe, but nothing super clear to me that we're seeing. But you can see here's the updated kind of tornado warning, St. Joe, Broadlands area, and then coming into western portions of Vermilion County. It is 7:23 p.m. We have, again, all of our counties here that are under warnings, and we'll back it out one more time to show you the different polygons so you can kind of get an idea of who's under what at this point. And as I mentioned, everything to the west we're good, but we've got, and it looks like there's a new one down there in Effingham County there, Seth. I'll let you kind of talk about that new guy that just got issued down there.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. That one came in probably 15 or 20 seconds ago. This one on the fringes of the area, the actual core of the storm not here just yet, but we have a lot of folks that kind of follow us from Clay County. Looks like the core of that storm's right over Louisville right now, heading up there to the north and east. Going to be a close call out there, maybe closer to Diedrich at some point in time, definitely out there in Eberly, maybe the Elliottstown area and parts of western Jasper County, so maybe Wheeler at some point, Latona, and out that way. I'm going to give a quick peek at velocity on this one. Again, this one not quite as urgent just because it's still out of the area. It's on the fringes of the area, but there's pretty good looking core, pretty good looking rotation just west again of Louisville. This one's going to kind of hike up there to the north and east, eventually impacting parts of southeastern Effingham County, close to where I grew up, and as well as parts of western Jasper County as well. So yet another tornado warning added to the board. Thankfully, a lot of that stayed off to the south. Looks like southern Illinois is having a rough time too, but it got plenty north here along 57. We are still dealing with what looks like right now, let me count them up, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individual tornado warnings, 5 separate tornado warnings here. Even if they're not producing tornadoes, they are producing strong winds like we just saw. Champaign came right on through. We could hear it, saw all the cameras, the electric sky, the strong winds moving through. What I'm going to try to do here real quick, I'll see if there was a wind gust report out of Willard as that storm came on through, just kind of give us an idea of what we may have been dealing with. So last report was 716. It was a 44-mile-an-hour gust, so maybe not the strongest thing in there just yet. But we felt it here, and we knew exactly what was happening. I want to bring up the power outage map just real quick. I've got it here on my other computer, so give me just a moment to pop that up. I think some of these reports are still delayed. There's lots of places that just got hit by storms that don't have any kind of coloring there on the map, which means things are still probably coming in and getting reported. But where the storm started out there close to Macoupin County, 2,400 plus outages. Same with Montgomery County as well, over 1,200 outages. As we kind of move things off to the east, again, maybe not fully registering things, but the storms were out there kind of in the more rural areas, the strongest pockets of wind. So Shelby just reporting close to 170 outages. Macon County, over 750 outages. But again, probably going to be a little bit of a lag here for places in Champaign and Douglas counties there with some of those outages. Those numbers not looking quite high yet. We'll continue to look out for that, see how those numbers change. Meanwhile, we still got our eyes on the ground. Jacob's still out there. Jacob, looks like you're still on 57. It's been a while since we checked in, though, so let people know exactly where you are and what's happening your way.
Yeah, hey, Seth and Kevin. I am to the west of Tolono right now on I-57 heading north into Champaign-Urbana. Interesting note, temperature at the storm tracker down to 48 degrees here, and we just had some light rain. We're kind of behind that backward C-shaped surge of wind that's blowing through the south and eastern parts of the county there. I do have some damage reports starting to come in from back further to the west. I had a buddy call me and say that there is some damage in Nokomis and damage perhaps at the school building there. I don't know exactly what that entails, but he just said they've had a little bit of wind damage down that way. And of course, for the most part, you know, I was expecting in some of those spots to see some issues with drivers and semi-trucks. Haven't seen any issues there, thankfully, on I-57, but that wind, as it was coming through Douglas County, passing over us, was pretty strong at our location. That's our report. When we get to Champaign, we'll assess and see if we need to go get any damage covered from the storms here. If you have any reports, let us know. In the meantime, in the Storm Tracker, I'm Jacob Dicki in Champaign County on I-57. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Jacob, for the reports. And as he mentioned, there's been lots of reports here across the area, some of damage. A lot of it has been wind damage here. We just kind of look at our storm reports map. Anywhere you kind of see this picture with a house and a tree branch, that is some wind damage here. So we've got several of those, several thunderstorm wind gust reports as well. So far, just the one funnel cloud report that was out there closer to Maroa. That was earlier in this event, but lots of wind. That's what we were talking about. Widespread wind here across the area, leading to some damage here. And it's not favoring any one particular area. As it's moved to the east, it has continued to kind of pack the same punch that it did at the very beginning. So those are some of our damage reports, expecting to see things continue to fill in with that as well. And meanwhile, we'll kind of check things back here again on our radar picture, and it looks like again we're starting to move east of 57 now, starting to see things kind of go over the interstate, now talking about eventually closer to the Illinois-Indiana state line, but really haven't seen things toned down too much, Kevin. Maybe the rotation's not quite as defined, but there's still just such strong winds packed within this line as it's starting to get to our eastern counties now.
Yeah, and I just wanted to talk about a couple of damage reports that in Assumption here, there was a report of a tree down on a car, and there were multiple power lines down throughout the town. That is going to be there in the Assumption area, right there into eastern portions of Christian County. Also, just got a report, 535 Ameren customers without power in the Tuscola area. Okay, and so that's what we're dealing with here right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 technically tornado warnings that are in effect. Severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, west of 57, you're done here with that tornado threat, but still ongoing. So let's take you back down into each one of these individually and kind of show you what we've got. And we'll just kind of start up here into Ford County. I'm not seeing, I will say this, Ford, northwestern Champaign counties. Okay, you guys are good down here. Gibson City, where there would be any rotation, it's going to be kind of past you there. Still maybe looking there between Gibson City, Paxton, just kind of watching that area there. I'm just going to zoom in. Looks like they've thrown on another severe thunderstorm warning, but this again is kind of what you're looking at. So north and east of Gibson City, there's Melvin there. We're going to keep a close eye on that. Let's bring you back out, zoom out a little bit. So we'll watch that. Roberts be watching things. Let's come back to our eastern Champaign County and western portions of Vermilion County storm. That's this one right here. See if we can see anything there. St. Joe, maybe there'll be something there close to where you are. So if you're in Ogden and Royal, but I got to tell you this got me going, whoa, it's the winds here. I think the Broadlands area, man, that's a strong signature for really strong winds. Let me just switch to reflectivity. So yeah, possibly some strong winds even behind the storm there. It's looking like there might be some strong winds. So kind of watching that. And then as we go more down here to the south, so there's Newman, eastern Douglas County, Hume, as we get into Edgar County. Storm just came through Coles County. Severe thunderstorm warned down here. Charleston, you guys are getting hit with some heavy rainfall and those gusty winds there. Let's click on the velocity, see what we've got there. Okay, something to just kind of watch there when some of those reds and greens start to come close to one another. So we've got Coles County here with the severe thunderstorm warning that continues. Let's back things out even more. Just kind of get the wide view, stretching down here into Cumberland County. And then we've been watching that storm here coming out of the Louisville area and moving there to the south. The camera on your left is going to be Charleston. You can see the heavy rainfall there. But let's just come back down to our most kind of southwestern storm here and looking at this area for some of that rotation that may start to clip southeastern portions of Effingham County. So here's that rotation there, going to be east of 45. Bible Grove, I believe this is an area that was hit a few weeks ago from some of those tornadoes down there. So we're watching that, and so that would maybe clip here the extreme southeastern corner of Effingham County as it moves in. So you're talking about east of 45 here, Winterrude, that area down there. Again, similar areas that were hit just a couple weeks ago, so we're going to be watching out for that. Take you back here to the wide view again with all of our storms and reset everything. And that whole line now. Listen, if you're in Vermilion County right now, you've got that severe thunderstorm warning with it. It's got the what we call the tornado possible tag. We're hoping that in the next half hour, we're going to be clear of all of the storms. We're racing to get these over into Indiana. Then they become, Indiana's problem, and then we can, get back to our regular programming and put an all clear out there. But we're not quite there yet. So we've got Vermilion County severe thunderstorm warning. Edgar County, that severe thunderstorm warning, but there's still that tornado warning kind of embedded right there in the middle. That's a look at Danville right now. On the left side of your screen is our Danville camera. So we'll be watching that as the storm begins to move in. But let's just kind of take a look here. All along this line, though, this is where you're going to have the really strong winds, and it kind of bows out a little bit. It's kind of right through there, kind of that bowing segment. Strong winds, which is why they continue the severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm hoping that we're going to start to lose the tornado warnings on all of this here. Let me just kind of come back up here to northern Champaign County. Again, if you're in Champaign, Mahomet, Gibson City, so we've dropped those tornado warnings. Those are in effect. You're in the clear. Champaign, Urbana, clear. Mahomet, and like I said, Tuscola, Arcola, clear. But we're still watching Charleston, eastward, Paris, Danville, Georgetown, Hoopeston. You guys are still technically just in that severe thunderstorm warning. So I anticipate here, Seth, that hopefully in the next half hour, the storms will be out of here. We'll start hearing probably more about reports and whatnot, but it's not long before this whole thing's out. But then, what is that? What's that over there on the left side of your screen?
Just about to point this out. We've got snow in the northwest part of the state. things are cooling off so much right now. So we got snow up there as close as Galesburg, maybe close to Macomb. Let me just pop up the temperatures real quick. As we talked about with this front, things are just going to change so quickly. And like you said, some of these places are safe from the storms. And here's why. You can't really get storms when it's 39 degrees out there in Springfield. So just such a sharp front. It's 61 still in Effingham, but we've got 33 up there in Galesburg. So just a powerful front. Now all of a sudden the focus for some of those counties that are dealing with the storms is going to be on not just snow, but blowing snow. In fact, the word blizzard has even been thrown out there in parts of the northwestern Illinois area, because it doesn't matter how much snow falls. It's the strong winds and it's the low visibility. So we could be talking about places that saw tornado warnings at one point today and then seeing blowing snow on Monday morning. We joke about Illinois weather all the time. I don't know if there's been a better example to sum it up than what we're about to have here tonight. So that's still off to the north and west. We still have a severe threat that we are honed in on and focused on. But it is wild to think at some point here, as this event is wrapping up, once these storms kind of hits east of Danville there might be some snowflakes falling in part of our coverage area. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts on one part and snow on the other part. Just kind of wild to imagine that. But yeah, we're still watching these storms as they continue to push off to the east, now pretty much fully east of I-57. And hopefully wrapping things up here, dropping these warnings here at some point in time as they move off to the east. Not because they're weakening, but just because they're starting to escape our area. And what you got?
Well, I think did they cancel that tornado warning there into Champaign, Vermilion? Is the Vermilion?
Yes, it sure looks like they have.
So
only warning we have is just down there in far southeastern Effingham and Jasper County. So it's out of the core of the area right now. The tornado warnings, it looks like.
Okay, so. Per our kind of policy here, we go on for these tornado warnings, and what we're going to do, we're going to get ready to transition back to our digital part here in just a bit. I'm going to come here, we're going to talk about this southeastern kind of Effingham County storm here. So if we can, we'll bring me back here. If we can, there we go. And then I'm just going to kind of show you this guide that's down here and see where the rotation is. Okay, so the rotation is, it's kind of showing up, right down here on the corner, southeastern Effingham County. So that'll continue to go off there to the north and east. So, folks, we're probably going to transition out of this and go, because this is out of our area here. I know there's some of you in Danville, okay, Vermilion County. You're getting ready to get hit by this line. And Seth, do you?
Sorry, I'm talking to producer.
Okay, sorry. I heard you talking and I thought you needed to say something. So Charleston here in Edgar County, you're seeing that, and really strong winds here going to be coming here into Vermilion County, but no other areas have tornado warnings now. So this is what we're going to do here. This storm here, we're going to keep an eye on it. It's going to continue to maybe go to the north and east, okay? We're going to monitor that for you. We're also going to keep an eye on this line here coming into Vermilion, Edgar, Eastern Douglas, and Coles County. Strong winds here. These are severe thunderstorm warnings here. The tornado warning down here, okay? Far southeastern corner of Effingham County. But I think we're going to go ahead and Seth, I'm gonna jump back.
That's fine. Yep.
Upstairs, and so we want people to tune back because I know if you're watching in Danville, you're going, what about us? I'm going to go transition to our digital coverage upstairs, and then Seth, I'll let you kind of wrap things up here for the TV part.
Yep, sounds good. Like Kevin said, we're kind of wrapping things up here on our coverage. We're just kind of on standby to hand things back over to CBS regular programming here in just a moment. But until then, again, you can continue to follow us here on our digital coverage, all of our Facebook accounts. You can find us even over on Twitter. I believe Jacob and Kevin are streaming there on their Twitter account as well. You can find us on YouTube. Plenty of places to come and find us. And of course, if you go to our website, WCIA.com/severe, you'll be able to see anything that is streaming there in a box towards the very top of the screen. So we're going to kind of wind things down. Again, if production is able to get a timeout here at some point, just let me know, and we will kind of head in that direction. But things thankfully starting to wind down. We knew this wouldn't last deep into the night, just like the last time that we had storms all through the night. But thankfully, these are about to head on out of here. Definitely going to be some damage to pick up with all these strong winds. But hopefully now that things are starting to calm on down, we can worry about some other things here, including the cold temperatures that are set to rush on in. So again, we thank you for joining us here and being part of our coverage and for sending us your reports. And we'll continue to keep an eye on things here on our digital channels. And just a reminder, we'll be live here at 9 o'clock on WCIX channel 49 for our 9 o'clock news, and again at 10 o'clock on WCIA. Thanks again for
Okay, folks. Are you guys still with me? Who is still with me here? Who's still with me here on the online? Chief Meteorologist Kevin Lighty. I am up in the studio here, our digital studio. And I want to make sure you guys can see us and still hear us here as we kind of transition out of the TV coverage for our digital coverage here. All right, guys are still here. Okay. So again, it's our policy for, tornado warnings. We cut in for severe thunderstorm warnings. We do the digital stuff here. And so while, there is that storm that is still down here, southeastern corner of Effingham County, just not seeing much with that at this point. So, down there, that's kind of moving out of our area. We're going to watch that. We'll watch this as it kind of clips southeastern Cumberland County and maybe Clark County. But right now, just not seeing anything. All right, let's just kind of talk about the storms that are coming in here to Danville. And bear with me here. I am going to fire up the camera in Danville so we can see it, because that storm is about to come into Danville and our friends over in Vermilion County. So, okay, looks like we're starting to get some of that light rain there in Danville. The heaviest stuff just going to start to come in. So we'll watch this storm come in. Strong winds probably about to hit Danville. And we've got our camera there. We're just going to kind of point it down. So we'll watch that storm kind of roll into the area down there. And we've still got Jacob there in the storm tracker as he is traveling. But let me just kind of give the all clear and give a little bit of recap here. Again, those of you tuning in here, my name is Kevin Lighty. I am the chief meteorologist here at WCIA. And thanks for joining us here as we've been tracking this severe weather. And we're still not completely out of the woods, but there's a lot of you that are going to be clear from the severe threat. Matter of fact, I would say that it is, 90, almost to 90% of the area now in the all clear. So if you're watching us in Gibson City, Paxton, Buckley, Loda, Ludlow, Rantoul, St. Joe Fisher, Penfield, Sydney, Broadlands, you're all clear. Tolono, Tuscola, Arcola, all clear. Humboldt, Charleston, okay, Lerna, you're all clear. Effingham is clear, and everything west of that. Okay, so the two areas that we're watching. Okay, the storm that is down here. There's still a little bit of something there trying to go there west of southwest of Newton there, but we'll see. We've seen a lot of those signatures. We'll watch that, but. For our folks that are watching here in Greenup, I know you guys are getting hit pretty good with those winds. Ashmore, southeastern Coles County, now heading into Edgar County, Redmond, between Hume and Chrisman. Georgetown, Ridge Farm, Westville, you're next. Oakwood, you just had it. Catlin, it's on top of you. Danville, again, just minutes away. Okay. Some people asking, why are the sirens going off in Paxton? I do not know. They should not be going off, at least right now. Earlier, you did have a tornado warning. but no longer in effect. Seth is back with us now. Woo!
How about that?
Well, that ramped up there. Several counties with tornado warnings. You know, I thought we were doing good there for a while. Then all of a sudden we started getting those little circulations a little bit more. And then it was just kind of one after another.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, that was why the tornado watch was issued. There was kind of debate, there's thunderstorm watch, tornado watch, but there was just enough out there to know that things could get out of hand in a hurry. So going with the tornado watch was certainly the right call. And it looked, not tame, but manageable there for a minute. And not that it ever got unmanageable, but there was just the one storm outside of Springfield, then quickly turned into 3 different warnings there just outside of Champaign County. So things picked up. We heard it outside. That wind was strong, but hopefully, kind of listened around for damage reports. We only had the one funnel cloud reported, so not sure if we did have a tornado day, but of course that's something we can't really fully determine until the next day. But pretty wild ride regardless. And like we said, tornado or not, those winds are going to be what everyone feels.
All right, there's Danville. That line just about to get to you guys. We're watching that carefully as that storm is about to come right across. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to show you all of the various storm damage reports. We'll click on a few of them and see what they say. Just going to switch off all the radars, and then we'll come back over here and show you guys some of the severe damage reports. And so a lot of this started kind of here to the south and to the west. And I'm just going to click on some of these and see what pops up. So Chatham, some power lines were reported down in Chatham. Looks like some wind gusts there. Some 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts there at Lincoln Land when the storms came through, so some decent winds. That there in Sangamon County. Here's where we had some reports, and you were showing some of the reports of some power outages down there. Let's click on this guy. This is going to be north of Staunton, and wind damage report, trees and power lines down Mount Olive with the storms that came through. Other damage reports here and wind gust reports. So we had kind of west of Pana, and then some damage there in Assumption. Again, if anybody has pictures, if you have pictures of damage, send those over to us. Weather at WCA.com or news at WCA.com. You can also shoot us a message on Facebook or anything like that. Or if you've got any reports of that, we'd love to know. Assumption, tree down on a car, multiple power lines down throughout town. Come back here, zoom out a little bit. There was that funnel cloud report there. That'd be up near Forsyth. Hammond. And actually, I didn't see this one. I don't know what this one is. This is going to be... This is a new one. So some branches down in Arthur. Nothing major there. But we got some reports, Hammond, of some damage that's not showing up as a storm report yet. Looks like Mattoon, maybe. Let's see what the Mattoon icon is referring to. It is hardwood tree uprooted. Oh, that would have been earlier. That was with the non-thunderstorm wind damage. Got to be careful of some of those. So yeah, then you've got the Willard gust that occurred. I had not heard the wind. I could hear it when I was standing out there. And I was like, whoa, is that the wind? I thought it was maybe thunder, but it was the howl of the wind. It was really strong as it came through. So those are reports here so far. We will continue to hear about those. And again, if you've got any damage, let us know. Let me switch all this off. We'll come back to the radar here. Storm coming through Danville now. Let's see what our camera looks like. All right, so there it is in Danville. Camera moving a little bit there. Hopefully, We can go unscathed in a lot of areas, but there are a handful of those damage reports coming in. We'll see if there's been a delay in those, if they kind of come in a little bit later. But we are close to being done with this, Seth. We're close.
Yeah, and anytime you see it out there in Danville, the horizon is close. You know that you're getting close here to the end of it. And up next, cold temperatures and snow. I've kind of just been combing through some. I know no one wants to hear this at all, but it's news to pass along. Up in Galesburg, they have a light coating of snow on the ground. I believe up in Fulton County, they've got sleet countywide. So again, hard to believe. There we go.
I didn't have your mic on.
Okay, someone made a comment about that. Okay, there we go.
That was my bad. I apologize.
Maybe it was for the better because people didn't want to hear what I had to say. But I'm going to repeat it again. It's snowing in Northwest Illinois. It's sleeting in Fulton County. So that's next for us. It's not going to storm anymore, but it's going to snow. And not that will lead to issues as far as, accumulation. We're only calling for a couple inches, but blowing snow, going to be something to talk about into Monday morning. So just a very, very, very strange setup here, very weird system. Like you were alluding to, hopefully the damage is minimal here. We'll kind of put things together, clean things up here over the next couple of hours. Sometimes it works out better if it's on a Sunday. Sometimes it doesn't work out as good if it's on a Sunday. My thinking is, end of the week, spring break, not as many people out, NCAA selection show, Big Ten championship game. Hopefully people were inside enjoying stuff on television and weren't out having to do too much, but sometimes it can be the opposite. Coming down from Chicago from the Big Ten tournament, maybe people were out. But fingers crossed things hold together and stay in good shape here. But probably at least pretty good amount of outages across the area. I haven't looked here in a second to see if anything's changed too much on that front. Let's dive in here. And it's Douglas County has over 650.
Yeah, I was hearing, I think it was Arcola. Somebody sent me a message about Arcola possibly without power.
Yeah, Champaign's only at 145, so it looks like we avoided that for the most part. Macon County's still upwards of 800. So kind of those western counties are the ones that had the most outages early on, unless there's just a delay in some of these reports here. So that's always the concern with straight line winds, is that you're knocking over power poles and, flipping things around. But honestly, even earlier in the day, that was happening. It was 10 a.m. and we had, poles crashing and we had tree branches falling and reports of an 80-foot tall tree coming down. So just a weird day. There were so many different things to follow today because, there was a gust of, 61 miles an hour in Mattoon at 11 in the morning. Then you had these storms move through. You had the tornado warnings to watch out for. There's some good rain in places. It hailed a tiny bit. And now it might snow, and we might get close to a blizzard in northwestern Illinois. So just a wild day. I don't know if there will be a day. Hopefully there's not another day that has this much range in the weather, because you are testing the upper limits of absurdity when it comes to weather with today, with this 24-hour stretch.
So we can pull up some of the power reports here, and let me just fire that up. Okay, so power outages here. You can see Montgomery County has over 1,400, but then you get over here to Douglas County, and there's the 660.
Do have a tornado warning in Clark and Cumberland, so we might have something. I think that's that Jasper County storm.
All right, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that here.
Didn't think that thing would hold together very much.
Did not either. Okay, so that's going to be down. So it's going to be down here. KZ again, Clark County, technically Terre Haute market over there. So the TV station over there is going to be kind of handling that. To be honest with you, by the time we would get on the air, this is probably going to be over there.
Right. Kind of in that awkward spot.
Yeah. Because the rotation is east of Green up here. And so I tell you, we're going to, since literally this thing is about to go into Clark County here, and anybody that, probably was watching on TV, and I'm sorry, I've got the wrong screen up here. My bad. So I know technically Green up, you just barely been included in that, but the rotation is east of you. and is almost going to be on the Clark and Cumberland County line. Okay, folks. So if you're watching us down there, again, this does not include Neoga. Somebody said, tornado warning or sirens are going off in Neoga. I'm not sure why that would be the case. But again, so Clark County. So if you're watching here, the Terre Haute market technically covers Clark County. I know we've got some people that do watch, but
wow, ooh.
But that thunder, we're hearing
rumbling up here.
Hearing the thunder rumble up here. Just kind of looking at some things real quick. Tornado warning there. Cumberland County, Clark County. So that rotation on the storm there is off to the east there, and is going to be heading towards Casey. So if you're down there near Casey, I would be taking shelter there, anywhere there along I-70. Okay, folks, anywhere there along I-70. That's what we're seeing. I look at that and I don't go, wow,
Right. Warning makes sense, but it's not all warnings are made the same.
Yeah.
Best way of putting it.
And we've had a lot of these, look like this, and we've had the warnings out for them. This will be a tough one with the Weather Service trying to go back and confirm.
Yes, correct.
Like we had all of these tornado warnings. How many tornadoes did we actually have?
And it can be hard to tell the difference between wind damage and tornado damage if the tornado wasn't very strong.
Yeah, very true. I have to look at the damage pattern itself. But that's what we've got. So again, and some people are saying that the sirens are going off in Cumberland County. And this can be different. Sometimes it's not to the individual, sometimes they'll go off for the whole county in some areas and, some instances. There is no concern in Neoga. There's not even concern in Greenup anymore because, again, the rotation for you is going to be east of you. It's over here into, moving into Clark County here. So the Hazeldale area between Hazeldale and Casey is essentially where some of that rotation is. But still not seeing anything that's, definitely making me super concerned. But if you're in Casey, I would be taking shelter. I just want to come back up here, North and Light. Again, Edgar County, there are no tornado warnings for you. There's severe thunderstorm warnings. Paris, it's about to hit you guys, but storming pretty good there. And Chrisman just came through Georgetown Ridge Farm, and that line already east of Danville now and moving into Indiana. So our friends over in Covington and eventually down the line, Vetersburg. But as we look at this, are we even clear up here? I think I'm not seeing much up here into Iroquois County. As that starts to wind up, maybe a little stronger, little reflectivity up there near Martinton. But yeah, we're almost completely through our area that we covered. But we're still just kind of watching this storm down here. It's going to be coming into Clark County.
Almost out of the woods. Almost completely out of here. But
out of the woods.
Always a couple pesky ones that like to hang around, like to make things interesting, give you a 20-minute break, and then,
Yeah. Yeah, Neoga, Greenup, you're in the clear, okay? Pretty much all of Cumberland County, the exception the extreme southeast corner, Hazeldale, maybe. And again, the radar image is probably a little old, so it's probably more into Clark County by now and getting close to Casey. So I'll be watching there. Tune in to Jesse Walker there on WTWO in Terre Haute and his team. They'll probably be doing some coverage there. Okay. All right, I'm just going to come back to because some of the storm.
Jacob said he can talk too. If we need to throw it to him.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do this power outage stuff here, and then we'll pop back to him so as I can get. There we go. Pop that back up, and so they're Douglas County. Something must have happened there in Douglas County, 660. So either maybe like a main kind of feeder line or something. But as we come in here, let's see where exactly. Yeah, it's Tuscola. So Tuscola, 535 customers without power, and it's showing maybe on the south side of town there. Anybody in Tuscola watching us? Is your power out there where you are? But sounds like Tuscola, a good chunk there that doesn't have power. Looks like we're starting to get some other reports here near Longview. 135 customers near Longview. Villa Grove as well. Looks like Villa Grove, 55 customers. And just kind of sporadic stuff kind of hanging around Champaign County. But definitely that Douglas County stuff looks to be some of the higher amount stuff. So that's what we got there.
Just kind of scanning through on the traffic maps. Green pretty much everywhere, so no
good.
signs of any kind of backups or wrecks or accidents or anything. So we're pretty good on that front. And to be honest, I didn't hear anything throughout the entire event of anything other than just slowing down because it was storming. So hopefully good on that front.
Yeah, hopefully. No power in Bellflower. Again, anybody in Tuscola? I'm surprised nobody's talking here in Tuscola. Maybe it's because their power's out. But if you're out there, let us know what you've got there in Tuscola. Again, let's just come back down to our Casey storm. Hazeldale, Casey, that area down there. Not seeing a whole lot, just similar to what we had earlier. So people have been asking, hey, where is Jacob at? We can, let me see if he's still reporting his location or not. We'll switch it on. Oh, he's over in Vermilion County.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. He's over there. He's over there coming into Danville, it looks like. So let me see here, see if I can remember how to turn on Jacob's mic. And Jacob, you've been following these storms.
He said he's going down the river and might need a second.
Oh, okay.
So I'll
Gotcha. Oh, yeah,
holler at you when he tells me.
Yeah, he's going down that little low spot there. So we'll check in with Jacob here just a bit. Here are our storms. Clark County. Listen, Southern Edgar County, we're watching. We're watching. No tornado warning for you. I don't know. Some people were saying that Edgar County had a tornado warning. They don't. Or if they do, did they accidentally draw it in there?
It gets like one street
is that
in the warning.
Is that technically? Okay. So they just kind of, so that might have. So again, maybe the sirens are going off because look at that. I mean, here,
Got 10 trees under a warning.
10 trees under a warning in Edgar County. I just want to shut the radar off so you can kind of see it a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, it barely clipped. Yep.
Probably wasn't supposed to happen that way.
I don't think so. Switch that back. But it's still a pretty good storm there. It's going to come in there. South of Paris, Grandview. We're watching it. Let me just switch on the velocity, see if there's anything in there. Just some strong winds. Definitely some strong winds. And back down on our Hazeldale storm, more into Clark County now, crossing into Clark County. So again, watching the storms here, almost through in a lot of areas. Clark, Edgar County, we're just watching you guys. You're about it because all of these storms are now out of Vermilion. They're out of Ford and almost, they're pretty much out of Iroquois there too.
Do you have the Lincoln National Weather Service chat pulled up?
No.
There is a picture of what looks like a large branch that impaled the roof of a house, and it's a picture from the inside. That was in Tolono.
Ooh.
So a tree branch went through the roof.
Let me try to... I had it up earlier. I had to close it. Let me try to get that back up.
I might be able to actually... I could text it to you, but there'd be no way to get it in your system that way.
Just give me a second here, and we will...
If I could show it from mine, I would. But yeah, that's scary. And that usually requires tornado force winds to do. Not saying that's necessarily what happened, but hopefully no one was sitting there in that spot of the house at that particular time. That could have been really, really bad. Double and making you do the verification thing again.
Yeah, and remember my password and okay.
Let's see. Do you want me just to? I can just email it to you.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, Jacob, if you want to chit chat while we get this stuff moving around, go for it. What you got? Do you have his mic on?
Hold on.
1 second.
All right, go ahead. Go
okay,
ahead.
now you can go. Now you're good.
All right. Hey everyone, I am in Vermilion County. I drove here because I want folks in Vermilion County to know that we don't stop until the storms get past the state line and on the way. So we're always thinking of you, Vermilion County. The tornado warnings did stop before they got here. So that's not because we didn't care about them. It's just how things sometimes work for us here. So that's where we are. But I had a report of some lines down here in the Batestown area, Oakwood Avenue on the west side. So come around the corner here, I might have a scene to show you here as we're on the west side of Danville, and then before long I will be heading back to the south and swing back towards Tuscola and see what's going on. So keep an eye on things. We came in behind it. The other thing, I wanted to keep driving east because it hit 46 in the storm tracker on I-57 for the temperature, and I wanted nothing to do with that. So now it's still 51 here in Vermilion County on the west side of Danville, but that cold air coming on through. There's some snow sticking in Galesburg, as you mentioned earlier. So kind of keeping an eye on that. The report came in this general area here that there was a line down, but I don't see much going on. So maybe that's been cleared already, or perhaps they've taken care of it. But we've had a few outages here and there that have been reported throughout the afternoon, evening, and still have those. So if you have any outages, Ameren crews, they've been working all day. It's the wind ahead of these storms was causing problems, and as you'd have one line go down, then you'd have crews come fix it and two more to go down the other way. So they're kind of playing whack-a-mole with those lines there. So pretty much what we're looking at, but thankfully we haven't had widespread problems. I suspect one of the things is we were a degree or two cooler than we needed to be to, one, get that rotation to make it to the ground, and two, allow for that instability to mix down to the surface. I mean, we were walking a tightrope with that, and we still have some pockets of wind damage out there, but very fine line with the warnings and with the severe weather threat. And of course, you want to err on the side of caution on days like today, because they could go mild to wild in a hurry. So a lot of folks maybe still on the milder side, but I would argue it's maybe going to get a little wild with that wind to the backside here, and maybe some snowflakes flying before all is said and done. That's my report in the storm tracker. I'll probably catch Route 1, head south, check out Tilton, make sure things are good there, and sneak my way towards Broadlands and Newman and places like that. See if there's any reports before wrapping it up for the night. And, if I really wanted to, Kevin and Seth, I don't know if the powers that be would sign off on this, but it'd be pretty fun to go up to Galesburg and be in that blizzard warning they've got up there. Chase a tornado warning and a blizzard warning in the same storm system all at once. It'd be something I've not done in a long time, really probably ever, if we're honest. But this has been a pretty dynamic and impressive system. So that's my report from Danville, and I'll send it back to you. And if you guys hear of anything else as well, let me know. Speaking of that Tuscola outage, I did get someone who messaged me. Pam Reese down there messaged me. She said that they had a lot of wind. Another person told me that it was around the jail where some of those outages were. I think that's on the west side of town there. But that's my report. Back to you from the Storm Tracker. I'm Jacob Dicki.
Okay. Sounds good, Jacob. Jacob, thank you for all those reports. Yeah, that'd be something to chase a blizzard the same day you chase some tornado warnings. That'd be some pretty crazy stuff. You get that picture pulled in, Kevin?
Yeah. Are we sending him back west? He's got to cover the blizzard tonight.
Yes, that's what he said. I don't know if the powers in charge will sign off, but I'm heading to Galesburg.
Oh, goodness.
We'll see what he actually does.
Okay. So we do have a picture to share with you, and this would make you go, oh, oh my goodness. Are you guys ready? Are you ready to see the picture?
I'm ready.
You have to say yes in the chat.
Say yes, everyone.
Say yes, everyone, and then I'll show the picture. There's going to be a delay, but I hope there's going to be like 1,000 yeses. The next picture I'm going to show you is one that you're going to go, ah! Now, I will admit, it's pretty big, but I I thought it was going to be like the whole tree. I mean,
Just
it's
a narrow branch.
but yeah. So here we go. The yeses have come in. Hello. Look at that thing. Piercing through the roof. Where was this at again?
In Tolono, off of is it Marshall Street? East 605 East Marshall, Tolono.
Oh boy. Well, yeah, there you go. That would be scary.
Well, no one was sleeping on that side of the room when that happened.
Yeah, no, for sure. So big branch there came through Tolono. Also, I don't have permission to show it, but yet. But somebody was talking about the damage in Nokomis, the high school there. I just watched the video, and from the video that I could see, it looks like tornado damage in Nokomis. So I think that that's right here. So part of the high school's roof was ripped off, and just looking at some of the other damage, I want to take the radar back, see if I can see anything when it came through. So all right, where am I at here? So there's Nokomis. Let's watch the radar again. We're running it back. So this is 5:58. Okay, so that's when the storm was there. Let me bring up the velocity because that's the only way you're going to be able to tell anything. And that just looks like strong winds, but maybe. But
oh, here's a report. Roof blown off of barn and tops of trees carried a couple 100 feet. Possible tornado. Arthur.
Okay. So possible tornado that happened in Arthur that was earlier. So again, we're just going back to the Nokomis stuff. And while we're at it, let's watch Arthur.
That one was 659 is what they said.
Okay. Was it in Arthur, South Arthur?
2 miles southeast.
Southeast. Okay. So 2 miles southeast of Arthur.
Jacob says on his way.
On his way. So that's just going to be barely just down here. All right. Let's bring back the radar. Arthur. Okay. Ooh, we might be like in between radar scans. Let me bring the velocity on. Okay. I'm just going to back it out. A little something.
Yep.
Okay. And then I'll click the next one. So, yeah. Might have been something that, yeah, that's exactly in the position. My question is there any... I'm going to try to... So basically where those reds and greens are, okay, so let's remember basically this right here. And so the damage would have been kind of somewhere down here, but let's look right here. And I'm about to take the radar and switch it to correlation coefficient, basically tornado debris signature. That's a C. And it's going to look like a bunch of messy kind of colors here, but we're just going to see if anything shows up. Pretty messy, but nothing super clear. And it makes sense because if there were tornadoes, these are probably going to be EF zeros.
Correct.
You know, maybe you get EF1 if, you know, depending upon what some of that damage was. But sometimes you won't always get that. All right, we got a new, what do we got here? New severe thunderstorm warning? Edgar.
It's a continuation of that tornado warning, but obviously not tornado warning. Or maybe it's separate. It kind of looks like it's separate.
Okay. All right. So just to kind of show folks, here's what we've got in terms of warnings that are left. Vermilion County, you are in the clear. Anybody that is watching us in Vermilion County, you're done. Iroquois County, you're done. No more severe weather. Still watching basically Edgar and Clark. That's it. Last two counties, Edgar and Clark. Paris right now. Paris getting hit pretty good. But the rest of you, moonshine, the old moonshine, burgers. The burgers are good. If you're watching us anywhere else, not in Edgar or Clark County, if you're in any other county besides Edgar or Clark that we cover in our area, you're in the clear. Effingham, Decatur, Taylor, Springfield, you're all good. Literally the two areas down here. So the only people that need to be concerned about any additional severe weather basically run from east of Casey to Paris. And looks like they are slowly peeling back and canceling all of the watches.
Just for fun, I went back and looked at some of the stations in the area to see what the rainfall was, and we got between 1/4 of an inch and 3/4 of an inch pretty much everywhere. So good deal there. About the only good thing to come from this stuff, but extra rain, never going to turn that down. Never going to turn that
Never going to turn it down, yep. Yes, the rain's come down pretty good in Paris. If you're watching us there in Paris, heavy rain. Let's see if you got any winds there. Few winds. We're kind of going in between radars. That's why the colors are changing a little bit. So, yeah, raining pretty good there in Paris. This is about to go into Vermilion County, Indiana. And again, for the folks over there watching in Clark County, again, WTWO and Jesse Walker and his team. If you'd like to kind of watch some of the coverage, we're watching it here too, but again, we're not on TV with this. This is Clark County technically in the Terre Haute television market. So difficult to kind of see anything. I'm just going to switch these off. I just want to look at the Owensville radar. These are just, it's interesting because you compare this to last Tuesday and just how clean and clear and without a doubt where the tornado is on the radar. You can see it. You can, the funnel cloud, you don't get to see the funnel and the wall cloud in this setup. You don't get to see the tornado. And it was just a stark contrast and 180 from the Kankakee day, the Pontiac day. Just so different. So people asking who covers Fountain County. Well, Fountain County, Indiana is technically in the Indianapolis television market. Again, this is where I grew up. I grew up over here, good old Petersburg. And when I was growing up, and let me just I'll explain a little bit, but when I was growing up in Petersburg, we were exactly 1 hour, basically 60 miles or 1 hour away from Indianapolis and Champaign. And so we actually had both stations. We had the Indianapolis stations and the Champaign stations.
I think Jacob's got emergency personnel on his camera. We could probably throw things over to him.
Can you hear us?
What he's up to. Jacob, you can hear us, right? Okay, yep. Just tell us what you're seeing.
Yep, I can hear you.
And where you're at.
Yeah, hey, you guys can hear me just fine as well?
Yep.
Is that right? Cool. We're in Tilton right now, just on the west side here, and this is where there's another report of some power lines down. So fire trucks here, crews are there. You kind of look here, they're lighting it up there on the road. It looks like a line came down. It's kind of hard to see, but it's from this power line here where it looks like maybe part of a tree came down on it. Interesting enough to me, though, what I find particularly interesting is we're in Tilton here, but we've got several different departments in here. Westville Police is here, Vermilion County Sheriff's here, we've got Tilton Police here, and Tilton Fire Department is here. So it looks like they're probably just checking things out. But not often I see multiple police departments from the area come to a scene like this. But it seems like there's just some lines that are down in that area there. So that's what they're looking at and working on here. And it looks like they're going to be clearing things up before long. So with that, that's my report from Tilton. Back to you in the studio.
Alrighty, Jacob. Thanks for keeping an eye on that stuff there. Continuing to keep our ears peeled for any sort of other reports or other scenes that may get reported to us, but appreciate the view down there. Did I cut off something you were saying? Were you in the middle of saying something before
No,
that?
I was just kind of talking. No, you're good. I could see it on your face. I was like, he's got something.
Oh.
And I didn't see Jacob's stuff there. No, I was just talking about, because people are like, will you please cover Fountain County? And yeah. Oh, hold on here. What did I do? Just trying to get all of my radar stuff back up. Bear with me here.
Can you hear me now, Jacob? Okay, cool.
So Fountain County over in Indiana, where I grew up in Petersburg, and so we watch the Champaign stations and the Indy stations. But now, you only get the Indy stations over in Indiana. So, all right, we're still down here in Clark County. I mean, it's still a pretty decent storm. Tornado warning does continue again. The folks there in Terre Haute, WTWO, are Jesse Walker and his team covering that. But again, as I look at it, yeah, decent storm, probably some really strong winds there. Is there a circulation? Tough to say. Again, we're looking pretty far from the radar at this point, but yeah. Katie over here. Will you cover Paris? Yes, it is raining in Paris pretty heavily, and probably there's stronger winds just over there towards Vermilion and Elbridge area heading into Vermilion County, Indiana. But yeah, strong winds there on the leading edge of that. Still raining pretty good there into Edgar County. All right. Still just watching things here.
Combing through some of the storm reports that came in. Interestingly enough, there was only 3 funnel clouds actually spotted in the area, in Illinois. There's only 1 in the area.
Wow.
So goes to show you how difficult it was to see some of the stuff. There was 1 in Maroa, there was 1 out in Jersey County, and there was 1 out in Madison County near Collinsville. So hard to see that kind of stuff today. Did have several 70-mile-an-hour gusts. What else we got here?
So I get a few more power outages in Shelby County, 352 customers, that power there. Montgomery County, though, leads the way, 1,400, and they either had, really strong winds, maybe a tornado. We'll have to see, but Montgomery County, and so that is technically the St. Louis Weather Service office that covers them.
And they've been that way for a couple hours, I think. There have been some folks out there, obviously because the storms are out there more than 2 hours ago, but so they've been dark here for a little bit now.
No tornadoes in Paris. Still watching our storm down here. Marshall, if you're in Marshall, you're technically still in that tornado warning. I'd be taking shelter there between Anderson, Marshall, and the Clark Center area. Somebody else, Cows Robinson. About to get hit by a pretty good line of winds. Or probably it's already on you. They continue to trim back, obviously, the tornado watch because that's over. So what are we at? It's 8:23. 8:23. Almost cleared the area here with our Clark County storm. And as soon as that technically goes in Indiana, we'll be done. We'll be wrapping up our coverage here. Hopefully everybody is, listen, this, we're trying things a little different up here, doing digital for severe, but then transition to tornado on TV. There were a few little hiccups there with some of the sound, but we got it kind of squared away. But hopefully you guys enjoy this kind of setup here where we can sit here, talk to you, pull up different things. It's a little different, but hopefully you guys like this. If so, let us know, and we'll continue to do things like this. And then again, we go transition to TV whenever there are tornado warnings. And so this is kind of how we roll these days here with things. a lot of people, a lot of people watch their stuff on their phones, anymore and get your information online and Facebook or whatever. So we're trying to provide that to you guys as much as we can. And then we go on TV because our television market here, our audience, there's still a good amount of people that still just have TV. Maybe they don't have a computer, they don't have a smartphone, so we have to cater to that part of our audience too. I hate that, we had to cover up some of your programming here tonight, but when we've got tornado warnings, potential for life-threatening weather, we've got to go on and then alert the people that are under those warnings. And that's what we did here tonight. Don't really want to go look at the email or hear about the phone calls the newsroom was probably getting, but it is what it is. And is it really only March 15th?
The Ides of March.
Oh, beware the Ides of March. Sure enough.
Should have known.
This is great. Like the new setup. I like the setup. Helpful. Thanks for the coverage. Perfect. That's what we like to hear. Any life fighters from Storm Chasers? Yeah. Jacob Dicki. He's still out there traveling around in Vermilion County. Marshall. Storming pretty good there where you guys are. Just keeping an eye on any other reports. Oh, they're saying freezing rain in East Peoria?
Oh,
is it really?
No shot.
Hold on here.
Got the camera we can look at too, I think. Might be hard to see, but.
Oh, yeah. We could do that. What am I doing? I am. Twink, twink. Oh,
yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Don't think there's supposed to be much of that tonight, but.
Very thin. Maybe they just initially they may have some, but yeah, look at that. Look at this. What
it's insane.
Tornado warnings, blizzard warnings. Put a little loop on it.
Snowflakes and severe thunderstorms. Something not right about that.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about Illinois, man. We have been the hot spot of weather.
Everything.
And, a lot of people, they say, oh, Oklahoma, Kansas, and yeah. But like I feel like the last few years, Illinois has been like the target of everything. I mean, tornadoes to dust storms to blizzards to like the only thing we haven't received, and I'm gonna say this and jinx us here probably, we've not had like an ice storm, like a true ice storm. But like every other weather phenomenon we've literally had here.
Gotten some dry lines up here recently.
Yeah,
just everything.
Okay, I'm going to. Jacob popped up for a second. Was he shaking his head?
I missed it.
Here,
I can't even.
Yeah, there is. Oh, he's saying no.
I can't hear.
He's saying
anyway,
no ice storm. He's like no. All right, I'm gonna try to pull up the Peoria camera. Maybe.
Jacob says no ice storm, please.
No ice storm, please. Probably a thought that many would agree with. In Peoria, there's the boat. Obviously, it's raining there, but yeah, with the temperature continuing to fall, maybe there's a little brief period of freezing rain. Okay, back to the radar here. We'll come back down to Clark County one more time. Hey, almost out of there. Marshall, Anderson, Weaver. And then it's over there towards Terre Haute. So the folks there and Jesse Walker and his team at WTWO, feel free to tune into their coverage to talk more about that weather going into Indiana. But again, Seth, we're done with the severe weather threat.
Yeah, done with that. And next up, some of this wintry weather. Next up for me is that 9 o'clock show where we'll try to recap some things over on Channel 49. So just glad this one was done at a fairly reasonable time. I'm sure a lot of people appreciate that too.
Instead of the
be done with it at 9 p.m.
5 a.m. stuff.
Helpful. So
everybody can, essentially go to sleep soundly here.
And I don't believe I saw much in the long term. Maybe a bigger system on like the 24th or 25th, but we're 10 days out from that. So got a longer break than we've had here recently. So hopefully things stay a little quiet for a little bit, relatively speaking.
Yeah, that would be good. I haven't looked long-term stuff here. What anything coming up this week?
It might snow a little bit again Tuesday night, but I don't think that'll do much. And then I think we'll be back to the 60s heading into the weekend. So back to just mild spring, and that's pretty much it. Nothing great. It might be a windy kind of week here, but nothing as bad as what today was.
All right, so here's the high-resolution model. So it's wanting to bring in a little bit of that freezing rain there, maybe briefly. It's the purple color there. You get a little bit of a kind of a, I want to say a dry slab, but
Dryness
there a little bit. So 11 o'clock might be snowing in Lincoln, Decatur. Midnight, Champaign could be a little interesting. And then it kind of just does one of those pinwheel things, pinwheeling through in the morning, light stuff. But again, what was your forecast graphic, like an inch or?
Up to 2 inches is what I
2?
said from 72 and north, and then everywhere else just a broad up to 1. But it depends what time I guess it doesn't depend on amounts, but if it's still snowing at 5 in the morning tomorrow and people are off to work, it's still going to be windy. So if it's snowing heavy enough, it'll be hard to see.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting thing is like, okay, what's the wind component going to be with that snow, and what's the visibility going to be like? I will say this too. I had some friends asking about flying out of Chicago tomorrow morning, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
They actually had like ground delays today of like 5 hours,
Right.
I think I read, or something.
And isn't Wisconsin getting like multiple feet of snow too? I mean, like this thing is a major winter storm too. This thing's crazy. Or at least far up north, they're supposed to get quite a bit if I remember correctly. But
yeah,
wild stuff.
Is that storm ever going to just get
Did
out?
it go backwards?
I don't know. Oh, wait a second. Oh, no. Okay. I thought maybe I had the radar backed up there. Samantha, thank you for the comment. She says, thanks, the three of you, for the best weather team ever in the state of Illinois.
Yeah.
Love all of you. Thanks, Samantha. I appreciate that. I'm going to remember that when I go back and read my other messages later that may not be so friendly. Again, here's the other thing, too, that I don't think that people realize. Like, we cut in, our TV station, they know that we have to do this, but we lose a ton of money by covering up all of those commercial breaks. We lose thousands of dollars by doing the coverage that we do. So, like, trust me, we're not doing it because everybody likes to get paid. And so, like, I think that's lost upon some people, the ones that complain, like, we ain't doing it unless we have to. Okay. And, cause we just lost a ton of money tonight. Now, hopefully the viewers appreciated it. And, we get that kind of currency, from them for being on and doing what we do. But like, we're not just doing that for, for our own self-gratification.
We were sweating things with the Big Ten championship and with the we don't want to cut in on that.
No.
stuff everyone wants to see.
Yeah. And, we covered up all of 60 Minutes. That's a popular show, and I get it. And not sure what was on at 7. One of the CSI shows or something. I don't know.
Jacob felt the need to remind me at least Illinois wasn't playing in the Big Ten championship game. So
that
lessened the blow.
Well, true. Purdue, Michigan, Purdue winning. How about that? But yeah, I mean, like we're only on when we got to go on, and we stay on as long as there is that tornado threat. And I wish the day would come where we could like segment out the area that is under the warning and just go on the TVs and say, Douglas County and nobody else. We just don't have that technology for that yet, but maybe one day. But yeah. Okay. So that storm just taking its time. Just taking its time. Moving out of Marshall. Weaver. Moving out.
Might have to bow out here a little early, make sure we're ready for the 9 here.
Okay, yeah. So
I'll let you take care of things up here.
Yep, all good. We will let Seth go. Any final words for Seth, and then final words from you?
Jacob was talking about your. Did you say something, Jacob? Do you want to take my IFB to hear Jacob while I leave?
Sure.
I guess it doesn't really matter which one I'm wearing, so I will hand that off to you. Final comments of the night. Just that I'm glad things appeared to. Tonight could have been a lot different if conditions were a little different. Like we said, if it was a little warmer, if there was a little more moisture, maybe tonight would have played out in a much different way. But thankfully, it sounds like things didn't go as bad as they could have. And like I said, we've earned ourselves a little bit of a break here for at least the next 10 days. So enjoy it. It'll be very spring-like. So have fun, but don't forget your jacket Monday and Tuesday. It'll be cold.
Oh, dude,
That's all I got.
Well, very good. Tune into Seth at 9 and 10. 9 o'clock, CIX 49, and at 10 o'clock. Thank you, Seth.
You betcha.
Appreciate you coming up here, doing your thing here with us, informing everybody, and lots of good messages here as well from those of you. Appreciate all you do. Keep the viewers informed and safe. You got it, Janet. Thanks for letting us know about storms, Joshua. You got it. And Susan says, thank you, Seth. And Todd says thanks as well. So that's great. All right. I can hear Jacob. So that's fun. All right, hold on here. There we go. Actually. Is it that one or that one? Okay. Where are you at, man? You're in some rain there. You're just in that rain shield?
Yeah, you're not gonna play find me on the map.
I could. Let's
use the map to figure out where I am.
Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Let's pull this back up. So he's in the rain somewhere. Let's find out where he's at. We'll turn on his spotter location. Oh, he's down there on the Vermilion-Edgar County line. Ooh, going through some nice curves.
That's correct. I'm in Indianola. Ever been to... Do you remember what the Indianola water tower looks like?
I do. It's a tiny little cylindrical, skinny little guy. Did they repaint it? Because it was kind of faded when I last shot over there.
I just drove by, and I tell you, I probably wouldn't have been able to tell since it's so dark and raining. But it's still standing there. So I know we could pretty much quiz you on water towers, right? I mean,
yeah.
You knew the Assumption one from 10 miles away.
I did. I could.
Zoomed in on that earlier.
I recognized. Oh, that is Assumption. Yeah, it's amazing. You go to all these little small towns and you just remember their water towers, and yeah, it's so yeah. Indianola is one down there. Yep. So you're
yeah, kind of taking a little shortcut. I know.
I was gonna say, you are on
taking a little shortcut. I know.
You're on some roads there, man.
Yeah, my grandparents are buried in Indianola. Their farm is about 3-4 miles west and a little bit north, and still have plenty of extended relatives down in the area. Actually, my Aunt Deb, lives about 2 miles, 3 miles north of me. And I texted her. I said, "Hey, you got any brownies or cookies done at all? Any cake, anything like any sweets?" She didn't have anything, so we're keeping that. Figured I'd just kind of get back down to 36, and we'll see if any more of that report stuff comes from the Arcola area. Tuscola maybe still has some outages, so I should get there around the 10 o'clock hour. And if there's something going on, then maybe we get it. Otherwise, was debating about heading northwest, freezing rain, snow. What is going on there, Kevin? I mean, you were saying it's so Illinois. It's just the moodiest weather ever, I think.
Yeah, pretty wild. Let me switch back on. I'll switch the radar on for the snow so we can see it and where some of the freezing rain is. Bear with me here. All right, so looks like there's just a little sliver, little corridor of maybe some freezing rain there. Getting ready to come through Peoria. I'll be curious, here. So here in Champaign. Oh, here's the question I have for you while you were driving today. How much did you feel the winds when you were driving? Was that probably one of your biggest hurdles today was keeping up ahead of the fast storms, but also just handling of the vehicle in the winds?
Well, vehicle actually handled pretty well, but there were a couple of times where those south wind gusts were 50, 55 mile an hour ahead of the storm. When I'm driving south down 57, it seems like the what do they call it? The tachometer, tells you how many revolutions.
Tachometer, yeah.
It's going RPM.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing could not. It could not keep up. I mean, it was like it was trying to still accelerate because the wind was pushing back so much driving south there. So that was pretty interesting. It could never felt like it would catch up and hit a normal measurement. It would just, you'd still hear kind of catching up with that. And then those east-west roads, those were not fun. There were a couple times where, you'd pass a building and then hit an open space and the wind would be right there to give you a little push to the shoulder. I was literally thinking for a little bit, if you know back in the old days, the old time movies where they show people when they're driving and they're shaking that wheel back and forth. I mean, that's kind of what it was like out here, is just steering that wheel back and forth in order to keep it straight on the road, because that wind, you're fighting that when you're running east-west. And then when I got to the Findlay area and that, Assumption, I mean, we were watching that storm, Kevin, that damage down by Nokomis. We were saying, hey, this is that next area, and that's what generated those tornado warnings all the way up. Because it was surging so far out there, that north side was able to get some of those bookend vortexes there to spin up. But trying to stay ahead of that was fun in of itself. I think they were saying the storm was moving east at 50, 55, and I would say that area of surging winds was definitely outpacing even that. But we had that nice straight road going east all the way to Mattoon that we could catch up to. And, got 2 stop signs, I think, between Findlay and the interstate, so pretty easy to navigate through that, then head north on 57. Yeah, that wind was definitely pushing. The wind wasn't as bad as I thought it would be in the storms itself. I mean, it was still blowing pretty good, and there was a period of time, but I think we were just shy enough instability.
Mm-hmm.
I think we were right up in that line where you get just a little extra fuel and throw it on there, and suddenly, kaboom, the whole thing goes. So I think we got fairly lucky in that sense that we weren't dealing with bigger problems from the wind. And even on the tornado side, I think that also was right at border. I mean, those things were spinning when that Springfield one came. I think if it was May or August, a day like that, this would have been a pretty sizable tornado outbreak. Because we're still early in the season, there's just not enough instability. I think we held off from bigger problems, but there's still a little damage out there. There still are some trees and power lines down, things of that. So lights are on here in Sidell. Nice little town.
That's good. Sidell.
Any memories being here in Sidell growing up as a kid?
Ah, yes. Yes, indeed.
Passing this water tower. And
the Sidell water tower.
Here.
That one's an old one.
It is, yeah. They used to have one that looked like that in Gibson City. They took down in the
yeah.
Oh, I'd say that came down in the early 2000s, maybe?
Yeah.
It's been a little while.
That Seidel one.
It's got the tank
Yep.
and the 4 prongs.
Yep, that Seidel one's
Actually,
one of the
no,
last
there's 2
few.
of them here now.
Oh, is it? Yeah, there is another one in there.
They built the new one.
Yeah, I've not
Yeah, there
gone
is. I'll
out.
just turn here.
I've not gone out and shot the new one because I like the old one. I don't know. I kind of like the old one, so
Yeah, all right.
you know, because there's few of those.
There's the new one.
Okay.
And that's over the.
Yeah, is it painted and everything?
That's over the post office there. I'll drive up to it. I'll peek there.
Thanks.
Let's see here. We're deciding where Kevin needs to go on his weather in the road. So, just passed through downtown Seidel to my left here. They built it along the old railroad tracks. And there's actually the siren. The outdoor warning sirens are right there as well. So let's see. It's behind the fire department building here. Seidel Fire and Rescue. It looks like it's painted. Yeah, I can. It's all painted, ready to go. It's waiting for you, Kevin.
Waiting
for your drone on a nice,
Okay.
sunny, mild day.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to hopefully getting some of those sometime soon. Calm things down a little bit.
I am ready.
Here's a.
They say March.
Here's-
They say. Oh, go for it.
Nothing. I was just going to read a comment somebody said. I thought it was funny. We live right off of the Bruce Finley Road and watched Jacob flying, trying to stay in front of the storm.
I'd be curious from when I drove by to when the storm hit, how much time was elapsed for them. That's what I want to know. I don't think it was much.
It probably was not.
I stopped at the Dollar General in Findlay. Yeah, I stopped at the Dollar General in Findlay, and you could just see the rain curtains. I mean, they were angrily roaring towards me. So, was able to keep ahead of it. But once I got through Findlay a little bit, it kind of caught up to me. But I was able to get back in front of it. Oh, the other thing I was going to say, Kevin, is this rain has been wonderful for the first 15 days of March. I mean, this has been excellent. The lake, Shelbyville, looks really good. I drove back there in late February. I did a school visit in Shelbyville at the elementary school, and I drove over that bridge there and that road, the Assumption Road, Findlay Assumption Road, whatever that is, and I was shocked how low it was, and it looks much better now. So I think we put that 3 to 5 inch core right over the river floodplain that drains into Lake Shelbyville. So they've been filling water. I was a little worried there, Kevin, for a while that if we didn't get rain, there were going to be some big boating restrictions on that lake because there were a lot of sandbars sticking. Not the case now, so that's some good news.
Yeah, definitely. Any of this rain is obviously going to help, and so we're definitely getting it. People are asking where you are. You're in Seidel, there, southern portions of Vermilion County right now, right near the Edgar County line.
Yeah, I'm heading towards Allerton. Did you have any reports? Did I hear Broadlands mentioned earlier? Was there any damage down that way? Or just strong winds?
Broadlands. Let me look.
I don't remember. I thought I heard you talk about that earlier.
Yeah, I think somebody
But, I
sent
haven't heard
me
anything.
something. Longview, the Longview area has 135 customers without power, which quite a bit for Longview, because I'm pretty sure.
That's probably the whole town.
I was gonna say that's.
Was Tuscola still out? They're still outages that way?
Yeah, Tuscola's still out. The population of Longview is 112. Yet there's between Longview. Yeah, that's basically Longview. Maybe that includes some of the Broadlands area. Maybe that's where some of the power lines are down. Interesting, Villa Grove as well. So Villa Grove also has quite a few power outages there. So, but it's like it's the straight like northeast line from Villa Grove to Longview to maybe the Broadlands area. But by far, Tuscola has the most kind of centered, highest numbers. They've still got over 500. Scattered stuff just kind of around Champaign, scattered stuff in Vermilion County, probably more just like individual homes and whatnot. But yes, those of you watching here in Illinois, the severe weather threat over. It's now over in Indiana, and Terre Haute about to get hit pretty good. They've got severe thunderstorm warnings over there, all up and down that line and into Indiana. But here, now we're just waiting for this back edge of the snow and maybe freezing rain.
least there's a gap. There's still some wind, but I'm down to 44 now. I was at 50 in Indianola. Maybe there's enough of a gap which helps to wick the moisture off the pavements, because I can still feel the wind fighting me here right now, but temperatures dropping pretty quick. And I think in some areas it dropped 15 degrees in an hour as that front was coming through.
Yeah, big drop rolling through. Somebody's asking, is Neoga good? Yep, Neoga's good. No more storms. Now, how about this comment? This is a funny one. You're going to laugh at this one. Megan says, is there really a town named Chicken Brisket in Illinois? I saw it on the map while you were covering the storms. Well, it ain't Chicken Brisket, but there is
Chicken Bristle.
Chicken Bristle, as you can see on your screen. Yep. Just north of Ficklin, northwest of Tuscola, northeast of Atwood.
Bourbon.
Yep. So, Chicken Bristle is an actual town there, Megan. And yeah, that did show up when I was doing the coverage. And like, it was funny is like, as I'm like doing the coverage, like I almost like purposely didn't say Chicken Bristle because I just know somebody's gonna but I was like, it's near Atwood, you know. But yeah, Chicken Bristle. There you go.
Yeah, there's a number of those funky town names that are, you know, it's not even a town. It's like 12 houses.
Yeah.
You know, the last event we had on Tuesday, you guys learned of a new town up in Kankakee County. Do you remember that name?
Aroma Park? Or
No. It was before the storm got to Kankakee. You and Seth had spotted it, and you were a little surprised by it, but it shares a name with me.
Shares a name with you? Dickies.
Do you remember us? Yeah, do you remember talking about Dicki, Illinois, up there in Kankakee County?
Yep.
Yeah, that's like an old grain elevator. I don't think there's even any houses there anymore.
I thought it was maybe the barbecue place.
Oh, there's Dickies Barbecue north of Kankakee off of the Bourbonnais Expressway, but I'm not a big Dickies Barbecue fan. That's the family split that went off to Texas, and I don't know.
They didn't include you in any of the revenue sharing?
That's true, yeah. It's not my favorite barbecue. You know, I'd eat it if it was put in front of me, but I think they got some good sweets to eat. But. All right, rolling into Allerton now.
Yes, you
Does Allerton
are.
have a water tower, Kevin?
They do not. They do not. No water tower in Allerton. Neither does the Broadlands. I don't know where people get their water from down there. Seidel is the closest one.
I don't know.
Seidel and
They maybe
Indianola.
own wells, you know, their own wells here potentially.
Yeah, Allerton and Broadlands don't have one. I don't think. Or I will say this.
I think they're in the aquifer here too.
I will say this: there are some towns that actually do have a water tower, but they don't have it painted, or their name isn't on it, and so I can't just go shoot that because I mean, like nobody will know what it is. So,
Yeah.
you gotta. So I think there are a handful where I'm like, oh darn it, I wish the town name was on there.
Yeah. Well, here's the Champaign County line, so I'm on that now in 49. I'll probably shoot over to Broadlands, but I don't know if I'll make it all the way to Longview or if I'll drop south. I just hit on 36 to get to Tuscola for the news coming up soon. Let's see what happens. Pretty amazed I'm still keeping signal with you. That's probably the other.
Yeah, that's a horrible area down there. It is not a good
this
area.
is kind of good to test it, see how things are going.
That's true. Yeah, you're strong.
How many people we got watching stuff?
775. We had there was
We got to turn this into open mic now.
yeah, we had almost, I think, 4,000 at one point.
Wow.
Something crazy like that. So.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, Douglas County still 660. Oh, Ameren.
I actually feel like there were not lights in front of me for a second. and then I feel like I just saw them pop on. I don't remember seeing them there. Because I just got off 49 now, heading into Broadlands. But sometimes too, when you're out in the rural areas at night after storms come through, sometimes you'll see flashing lights. You know, oh, I remember after the Coles County tornado back in 22, maybe it was? 21. Wow, that's been forever ago. You could just see, and I actually remembered after the Mount Zion tornado, you could see the fire trucks and police cars that were lined up on a line where every county road had power lines knocked down because of the tornado path went through. Like, I don't see any lights out and about that give me the clue that there's any damage anywhere, which is good. I'm happy to have that be the case, but there's probably one spot somewhere, and good luck in the middle of the night trying to figure out where that is.
$8:55 on a Sunday night.
Well, officially, I think clear of warnings across the entire state.
Yes. Well, I think there's still something for Crawford and Lawrence, or they're out.
Oh, like it's like the very edge,
Yeah.
the eastern edge. The line's out of it now.
You're clear and just have to worry about blizzard warnings now.
How fun. Down to 41 right now. I mean, that temperature drop from Indianola at 50 to where I am now in Broadlands, that's not a long distance. So that's down to 40.
Ooh,
dropping even more.
Careful, you'll be getting into that freezing rain.
Yeah, thankfully I think the ground's a little warm, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we start getting some of those icy spots to be reported the way things are going. I mean, I can't imagine what the wind chill value is out right now. That would be the other thing that would make me whoop. But
Let's see, 36 in Springfield. Oops. Wrong graphic. All right.
back. Are you there?
Yeah, you dropped out for like half a second. All right, so it's 40 in Champaign, 39 Decatur, 36 Springfield, 33 Jacksonville, 37 Lincoln, 37 Bloomington.
Still looks like some light rain showing up in Jacksonville, unless that's snow mixing in over there.
33.
Maybe it is a little snow showing up west of Springfield.
Yeah, the radar gives that actually west of Peoria there down to Havana looks a little more snowy like. So actually, here's what we'll do. We will let's see here. Peoria. See if we can see any snow on the cameras. Oh no. Oh, there we go. And it'll be a wet snowflake if there'd be anything there. I'm not really seeing anything too crazy, but we'll keep watching the camera there. So Livingston County got the winter weather advisory. Uh-oh. You've dropped out on me. Wherever you are at right now, no signal. Let's see where he's at, actually. Yeah, no signal there in just south of Broadlands. You're back. Lost you there for a second.
I'm here.
Yeah, wherever you just went through.
How much longer are we planning on?
Oh, we're wrapping up here. I think, unless you were...
About time to roll out the Carnarvon wagon.
Yeah. Yeah, I think... about to wrap things up here. Unless you had any damage or anything, but I don't think you got anything over there.
No, we just had that little looks like a little tree came down, took down a line and tilted, but doesn't seem like that's too big. I'll probably make my way casually over to Tuscola, and if there's still some lights off at 10, maybe you'll see me on TV. And then after that, probably head to Galesburg, go get me a Blizzard.
You can get one of those here, you know. It's just
one can dream.
Just off I-57 north, north of town.
That's true. Yeah, I think they close. Maybe I get to Tuscola in time to get the one there, but I think Dairy Queens typically close a little earlier than other fast food restaurants.
It's true.
Hey, did you know, Kevin? Some Dairy Queens have breakfast.
No, I've never heard of that.
Yes, I have seen it in some of the Decatur Dairy Queens.
Well, I thought Dairy Queens didn't even open until like 11.
You know, most of them are, but there are a few select Dairy Queens that have breakfast that they offer. I'm not kidding you. The one in Mount Zion has breakfast, actually, and I've seen some of them in the Decatur area have breakfast. You know, it's nothing fancy or special, but you know, you can get a breakfast sandwich or some things like that. But yeah, blew my mind when I saw that for the first time, and ever since, my wife and I have been like, oh, maybe we should go try it.
Well, there you go. A little breakfast. Speaking of, I am starving myself. I have not had anything to eat.
Oh, yeah?
Here I'm looking forward.
I was hoping this winter that we'd get some early snow events, and we just never really had that, because I'd go west to Decatur and get me some Dairy Queen breakfast. But
there you go.
Instead, we're just dealing with these late night severe weather events, so can't get
well,
breakfast.
Listen, at least we're not babysitting until 6 a.m. here, so like that this was a fast moving storm and out of here and be done with it. So hopefully a calmer week ahead, I hope.
I hope too, because good boy, you know. They say March comes in like a lion, it goes out like a lamb. I think this has been a lion the whole time.
Yeah. Well,
we're due for a change.
Yeah, the first 15 days, you lined it up, but let's lamb it up for the last 15.
Yeah. Maybe some gentle, polite rain would be.
Ooh, I think maybe Springfield starting to see a little, maybe a little that freezing rain or snow getting close.
Well, and theoretically, as high as that camera is, maybe
it'll ice over
up there, but not at the ground.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, you said you said we covered everything but an ice storm, and you're gonna get your wish tonight.
Yeah. I hope not.
Not really. Anyone listening? No, we're just kidding. But you've probably covered a few big ice storms in your time.
I did in Springfield, Missouri. Definitely did.
We had a big one in southwest Oklahoma. You might remember it was right before I came back home to WCIA, and it was on Halloween. And I tell you what, you know, all the trees had leaves on them still. I mean, it was a far cry from fall. And we piled 1.5 inches of ice on trees covered with leaves. And there was part of the area that had 2 inches of ice accumulation. The craziest ice storm I think I've ever seen. And it was absolutely devastating. I mean, there were parts of the viewing area down there that were out of power for 8 weeks. I remember driving in some of the rural roads, and every power line for miles was just snapped at the base. So,
Yeah, ice storms are pretty crazy.
and the next 10 days was 75 and sunny.
Well, that's good.
So,
Well, any final thoughts here before we wrap things up?
no, I might just sneak the storm tracker home, or check in that way in case Adam rolls in at 5 and he goes, "Hey, the roads are bad. Get out there." You can
Yep.
call me and tell me what to do. But
Sounds good.
Yeah, hopefully I mean, it's crazy because we're gonna be what's our load? Is it down still in single digits maybe?
Oh.
Tuesday, or Monday night, Tuesday morning, and we get to near 70 by the end of the week.
Yeah, let's see the wind chill. I don't have that graphic.
Just crazy to have that extreme of a temperature change in a few days. I mean, it happens, but doesn't mean we have to like it.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that we're gonna have these wind chills below 0. I'm gonna double check. Nope, not heat index. Not heat index. Let's do wind chills. Wind chills. Let the data load. So tomorrow morning, might have some single digits. But yeah, Monday night, Tuesday morning, still looking at 5, 6, 7 below 0. Oh my goodness.
Well, I meant just calling sick.
Ah, me too.
Yeah, all right. Good luck, Seth. Good luck, Adam.
Alrighty, well.
This is the type of weather people that would be like, "Oh, the weather makes me sick," and
Yeah,
you
exactly.
probably have to believe them for a little.
Exactly. The weather.
All right, well, that's all for me.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate the coverage out there. No.
Pleasure doing business.
Well,
with you.
pleasure doing business until the next one here.
Until the next one. Hopefully not for a while, but.
Well, make sure tune in at 10. Maybe you'll see Jacob if he gets anything there in Tuscola. He might be on the 10 o'clock newscast there as he ventures his way towards Tuscola. So we'll see if he gets anything. But somebody's something's without power quite a bit. So I don't, maybe it's a main feeder line or a substation. I don't know, but so maybe he will check that out. All right, man. Safe travels.
See ya. Have a good night, everyone.
There you go. All right, guys. Wrapping things up with the coverage. Thanks for you guys here coming up and joining us on the live stream here for the past several hours that we've been with you. When the first warnings went on at, oh gosh, what was that? Maybe, was it 4:30, 5 o'clock? Somewhere in there when we started doing the streaming and then had to transition to the TV and now here. So we appreciate you guys. Hope everybody made it through the storms okay, and that's gonna do it for us here on the live stream. Thanks again, guys. I really appreciate all the support that those of you that have kind of stuck with us through the whole time on this. And again, we're kind of trying something new and different up here and doing this digital stuff. So hopefully you enjoyed it. But we're gonna wrap things up. I'm gonna go get some dinner, get some sleep. We got to be back here tomorrow. Hope you guys all have a great rest of your Sunday night. Good week ahead. Get ready for the cold. If you got to be out late tonight, watch out for maybe a few snowflakes or some of that freezing rain possibilities. So for now, we leave you. Thanks for joining, and be sure to like, comment, follow, all those good things so you're notified next time that we're going to be going live. All right, guys, I'm out of here, and I'll catch you on the next round. All right? See you guys later.